Chapter 8:34. The northern region had just calmed down, and the ancient saints went into hibernation, welcoming a period of relative peace. At this moment, Yi Fan's declaration of war against the ancient killer god dynasty spread throughout the world. The 13th level of hell has been broken through. It's really unbelievable. All the assassins have been turned into ashes, and even the small space opened up by the ancient sages has collapsed. The heavenly tribulation of the saint physique is truly terrifying. It destroyed a level of hell alone, wiping it from the world. It's extremely powerful and shocking. In the outside world, everyone was discussing this matter. Yi Fan wanted to fight against the two divine dynasties alone, and the whole world was paying attention to it. The saint physique has passed the heavenly tribulation. This time, he has reached the great circle of the second level of immortal foundation. If he doesn't sever his Tao, who can contend against him? During this period of time, the world was not peaceful. All the sects were guarding against the attacks of the ancient races, and very few people paid attention to Yi Fan's cultivation. Now, they suddenly realized that he had grown to a very terrifying level. However, people didn't think that Yi Fan could win. Even if he used the heavenly tribulation to flatten the 13th level of hell, they didn't think that he could fight against the human world and hell alone, because it was too unrealistic. The ancient killer god dynasty has never been destroyed. Even in the most severe period of history, they still survived when the Holy Lands joined forces. In that battle in the past, heaven and earth collapsed, blood flowed like rivers, and ghosts cried and gods howled. Corpses piled up into mountains, and the celestial court turned into ashes. Hell and the human world retreated, but they didn't stop. Everywhere was noisy, but Yi Fan and the Black Emperor were relatively calm. They walked among the barren mountains of the northern region, not in a hurry to do anything. This is a dragon vein, there should be many divine roots underground. Yi Fan stared at a mountain ahead. On the way, they dug up more than 10 mountains, and their harvest was plentiful. They didn't rush to continue at all, and used this to calm their emotions. After all, they were going to face two divine dynasties. When a true sect is established, there are too many formation patterns that need to be inscribed. The more divine roots, the better. Let's quickly accumulate them. The large black dog embezzled all the divine roots. Let's go, we can't dig this mountain anymore. As soon as he dug halfway, Yi Fan immediately stopped. There were ancient creatures underground, and they were definitely powerful existences. They began to plan to hunt down the divine sons and daughters of the two major assassin organizations. However, they didn't find any clues in the following half a month. This is the calm before the storm. They must be calculating where we are. When the time comes, they will strike like lightning. Say, do you think there's an existence like Killer Saint in these two assassin organizations? Li Tian asked a terrifying question. It's hard to say. In the ancient times, they killed saints endlessly, but now we don't know. The Black Emperor said. Finally, on this day, many places in the eastern wastelands were covered in snow-white flowers. Large areas were dyed with blood. The two ancient divine dynasties made a response, declaring that they would kill the human race's holy bodies. More than 10 years ago, you already put me on the kill list, but haven't I still lived well until now? On that day, Yi Fan stood out and mocked coldly, appearing in the divine city of the northern region. Moreover, on this day, Yi Fan announced to the whole world that killing the lowest level person in the god dynasty would be rewarded with 10,000 divine roots, killing a disciple would be rewarded with 100,000 divine roots, killing an important figure would be rewarded with 1 million divine roots, and killing a divine son or a big shot would be rewarded with 10 million divine roots. I'm about to become the Yuan Taoist master, so the divine roots won't be a problem. Moreover, they'll all be xenogeneic or divine roots. Even if I provide just one piece of information, I'll be rewarded with divine roots. Yi Fan directly declared ruthlessly. He was going to start a great war that would engulf the entire eastern wastelands. He was going to use all his power to eradicate the assassin organizations. He was extremely forceful and direct. If anyone can provide the location of the people of hell and the world, and take the head of their leader, I'll give them a piece of phoenix blood gold. In the end, Yi Fan released world-shaking news, displaying the immortal material exclusive to the great ancient emperors. It shook the entire northern region and quickly spread throughout the world. A piece of phoenix gold. That's right, it's a piece of true phoenix blood gold. There isn't a single trace of impurity, and there are 9 phoenixes curling around it. Auspicious energy surged and rushed straight into the heavens. That day, the divine city of the northern region erupted with commotion. Everyone went crazy. This world-shaking news immediately spread everywhere, flying into the great powers. It really is a piece of phoenix blood gold, a priceless material. It's something even the great ancient emperors yearned for even in their dreams. It's the same material as the Jiang family's eternal universe furnace. That day, the 5 regions were in an uproar. It was unknown how many cultivators' blood was boiling. The phoenix blood moved people's hearts, and it was unknown how many people's hearts were moved by this kind of immortal material. A fist-sized piece like this, if forged cleverly, could definitely form a Dao weapon. If there were still great emperors in this world, they would definitely pay attention to it. Yi Fan didn't care at all. At this point, there was nothing to be afraid of. Everyone knew that he had the myriad energy cauldron on him, so another piece of enviable immortal material wasn't that big of a deal. Do you all dare to kill me? If you can provide the location of the 2 great ancient divine dynasties' palaces and take the heads of their leaders, I'll even give you the seed of the Qilin divine medicine as a reward. When Yi Fan released this news and personally took out the purple Qilins sealed within the divine source, another storm swept through the eastern wasteland. Crazy, too crazy. With so many immortal treasures, it will drive everyone to attack the divine dynasties. Everyone had indeed gone crazy. With so many benefits, no one could remain calm. Killing an ordinary disciple would give them 100,000 kilograms of origin. The temptation was just too great. After Yi Fan announced the news, he immediately fled into the distance, disappearing without a trace. He didn't want to become a living target for the divine dynasties. Draw everyone in the world to target the 2 great ancient divine dynasties and kill them together. After a few more years, Yi Fan might really become the Yuan Taoist master. Those origin resources really aren't a problem for him. He wants to use the people of the world to exhaust the 2 ancient organizations. Everyone understood his intentions, but they were still tempted. The reward was too generous, and almost everyone wanted to find some clues. The storm this time was even greater than what everyone had imagined. Even the ancient races participated, and many strange and powerful creatures moved out. Find the ancient palace of hell and the human world and kill one of their leaders. Will I be able to obtain the phoenix blood scarlet gold? Let me give it a try. No one would have thought that an ancient emperor's son would say these words. He was extremely interested in Yi Fan's reward and was the first to step out from the ancient races. Huang Shudao came from the Blood Phoenix Mountain. He was a low-key and incomparably mysterious ancient prince. He rarely appeared in the world, and very few people had seen his true appearance. Back then, the Heavenly Prince personally invited him to come out and kill the monkey, but he was refused. He said that he only wanted to exist in this life, never expecting that he would appear in the world at this time. However, soon after, everyone knew why he was interested in that phoenix blood scarlet gold. It was because what his clan cultivated was phoenix immortal force. The phoenix gold could be used as a primer to corroborate the Tao. Large amounts of ancient race experts participated, exceeding Yi Fan's expectations. It also made many people who were interested in the reward feel pressure. This was a powerful competitor. Meanwhile, not long after, another piece of news spread. Another ancient prince also expressed that he was going to take action. Not only was he interested in the phoenix blood scarlet gold immortal material, he also desired the Qilin divine medicine. The Fire Qilin child appeared. He came from Fire Qilin Cave, always lingering outside Origin Ancient Mine. The people of the world didn't know what he wanted to do. This time, not only was he going to take action himself, he also drew over a few experts from his clan. They had to obtain the Qilin seed, because it was rumored that this was their past divine medicine, but it flew away during a great calamity. It could be said that Fire Qilin Cave's people were extremely fervent and anxious, using all types of methods to contact Yi Fan. They were willing to use exceptional divine objects to exchange for it and immediately purchase it. What a coincidence! Yi Fan immediately laughed. He never expected the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold and Qilin Divine Medicine to startle even the two archaic emperor clans. It is worth being on guard. If Fire Qilin Cave's people become desperate and directly take action against you, then it will be troublesome. The Black Emperor said worriedly. Yi Fan nodded and said, "This is indeed a problem. However, if we use it well, it will become a murderous immortal sword. Who knows, it might truly be able to destroy hell and the human world." The Qilin Divine Medicine Seed was something he wouldn't give away no matter what, because every single ancient emperor had one. It was something that couldn't be exchanged for millions and millions of gold. They naturally wouldn't show themselves, but they still responded. They still had the same condition, that if they wanted to obtain the medicine, they had to find the two great assassin dynasties' ancient palaces and kill one of their leaders. Huang Shudao himself was one thing, but the Fire Qilin had drawn out the people behind him. This was very terrifying. If they really attacked, even the assassin dynasty would be terrified. Great. Although it is a double-edged sword, if we use it well, destroying hell and the human world will no longer be a delusion. Li Heishui clenched his fists when he heard the news. From that day onward, the eastern wasteland was no longer peaceful. Soldiers were everywhere, and many people began to search for hell and the human world. Yi Fan transported an Source Mountain into the God City. It was filled with xenogenic source sources, and there were many bowl-sized God source sources mixed in. Light shone in all directions, and the entire city was bright at night. How long had it been? He had suddenly produced such a pile of treasures, shocking everyone. There were countless treasures, and they shone brightly. Many people regretted that they had recruited Yi Fan when he was still weak. They wouldn't have fought and killed him. Now, his source techniques alone were enough to shock the world. People like the Yuan Taoist master were both frightening and fearful. This was what everyone felt. Everyone was envious, but no one dared to have any improper thoughts. This was because Yi Fan had simply piled the treasures into Tianxian Old Stone Square. Now, no one dared to go in. They already knew that the gatekeeper was a human saint. Anyone who dared to rob there would be looking to die. At the same time, people were shocked. How did Yi Fan get involved with this saint? And he didn't treat him like an outsider. This made the hearts of those who had strange thoughts turn cold. Of course, this time, Yi Fan was completely thick-skinned. He truly displayed the scene of crazy Ol fighting the kings in the Ziwei segmentum, and then he piled the source sources in. He didn't care about these source sources. Even if this human saint was unhappy, he could throw them all away. At the very least, he had the effect of a tiger's skin. When it came to saints, even the Fire Qilin Cave would have to think twice. Now that the saints were in hibernation and didn't appear in the world, they couldn't provoke them either. Yi Fan disappeared from the Divine City once again. In just half a month, the results were obvious. More than 20 disciples and 2 old assassins from the 2 divine dynasties had been killed. It was laughable to say that there were many incidents when they came out to carry out assassination missions. After being discovered, people gathered to attack them, and they were hunted down instead. The eastern wasteland couldn't calm down. A source mountain was piled up in the Divine City for people to collect. There was also a piece of Phoenix blood gold and the seed of an immortal divine medicine. These days, there were bloodshed every day. Hell and the human world's missions failed time and time again. Those who dared to appear would be hunted down by a group of people. It was a tragedy. I'm so poor that I only have source sources left. With the Heaven Source technique, I can smash you to death with source sources. The Black Emperor shouted. He embezzled divine source sources all day long. His big mouth stretched to his ears and hadn't closed it for the past few days. Yi Fan thought he had concealed himself very well. It was difficult for outsiders to discover him, but he didn't expect to be found today. Moreover, it was an unexpected person, Old Saber Hancho. In the past, he, Li Dexing, Old Saber Hancho, Yao Guang Saint Child, Jade Lake Saintess, and others entered the absolute beginning forbidden area. A series of strange things happened there. After they parted ways, he never saw Old Saber Hancho again. He didn't expect him to suddenly appear today. It was very mysterious. My grandfather wants to see you. He was already so old, yet he said such an inexplicable sentence the moment he arrived. Why? Yi Fan asked in puzzlement. He comes from the celestial court. The mysterious and powerful old saber honcho's words stunned Yi Fan and the others. Chapter 8:35. Did the celestial court, the inheritance that made even the ancient saints change their expressions, still exist in this world? Yi Fan and the others were all stunned, unable to say anything for a long time. More than 100,000 years ago, all the Holy Lands joined forces and even used the extreme emperor weapon to finally uproot the celestial court. Everyone knew about that battle. Is the celestial court still in this world? Yi Fan asked. This was a very serious question. For him, it was a matter of life and death. Perhaps there would be an unimaginably great enemy. That was because the Xing character formula and a scroll of the celestial court's scriptures were on him. If the celestial court still existed in this world, they would definitely think of a way to take it back. Old Saber Honcho seemed to have guessed what he was thinking and said, "You don't need to worry, my grandfather doesn't have any evil intentions. He simply wants to see you." The Black Emperor immediately set her eyes on him and circled around him. She stuck out her bright red tongue and asked, "Back then, the ancient palace of the celestial court wasn't breached?" "Breached, everything was destroyed. This is all I know, there's no need to ask anything else." Old Saber Honcho said straightforwardly. "All right, I'll go see your grandfather." Yi Fan said. If the other party wanted to harm him, he wouldn't have appeared in such a manner, so he wasn't too worried. Li Tian, Yan Yishi, and the Black Emperor wanted to go together, but Old Saber Honcho flatly refused. In the end, only Yi Fan went with him. Be careful, the ancient divine court is not a good person. Don't be fooled by them. The Black Emperor reminded. Yi Fan nodded. The human heart was the most complicated. Sometimes, the judgment that one thought was accurate might not necessarily be correct. Perhaps it was to make him relax and scheme for the Xing character formula on him. They went all the way north and finally approached the divine city. Old Saber Honcho's grandfather was waiting here, overseeing this eternal city. Yi Fan didn't want to enter this place again because a storm was already brewing. He had spoken here twice, so who knew how many pairs of eyes were staring at him, hoping that he would appear a third time. With the Guardian of Merak here, no one dares to cause any trouble. It's beneficial to you, so my grandfather is waiting for you here, Old Saber Honcho said. Is that so? There's one thing I've always wanted to ask in detail, but I never had the chance to. Yi Fan didn't say much about this. Instead, he mentioned an old matter. What is it? Old Saber Honcho asked. That year, after we got out of the absolute beginning Forbidden Land, someone attacked us at night and killed Elder Yao Guang. Did you do that? Yi Fan couldn't forget that incident. It's definitely not me. After what happened, I became the biggest suspect and had no choice but to leave, Old Saber Honcho said. Then, he said something that made Yi Fan shiver. That year, they weren't the only ones who had entered the absolute beginning Forbidden Land. Someone else had fallen behind them. It can't be an ancient being, right? No, it's a powerful human expert. He was walking on the footsteps left by Yao Guang's saint son. More than 10 years ago, Yi Fan's cultivation base was low, so it was impossible for him to have such a sharp spiritual sense. He couldn't sense the powerful stalker behind them. After so many years, he finally knew that there was another unknown person who had entered the absolute beginning Forbidden Land with them. That year's incident was a bit terrifying. That person was very powerful. We were afraid of each other, and neither of us dared to act blindly without thinking. Old Saber Honcho's words revealed that person's cultivation base. At the very least, he was a peerless expert. So, that night, it wasn't Yao Guang's saint's son who took action, Yi Fan muttered to himself. No, it should be him. With my many years of experience, that person was protecting Yao Guang's saint's son. Moreover, the two of them were in contact, Old Saber Honcho said. So, that was his path protector. Yi Fan was startled. So, I had no choice but to leave that night. After I escaped, they would definitely make a move on me. There must be some unspeakable secret, Old Saber Honcho said. Yes, fortunately, Senior, you left in time. I think that peerless expert personally went to kill you, but he missed. At the same time, it also allowed me to avoid a disaster. Cold sweat appeared on Yi Fan's back. That year, it was really too dangerous. Being able to avoid a disaster was really because of all kinds of reasons. Only until now, when he knew the truth, did he feel terrified. Even if he was Yao Guang's saint's son, it would be difficult for him to have such a protector, because that person might be even more powerful than Yao Guang's saint master, Old Saber Honcho said. He obtained another inheritance. If I'm not wrong, it must be that indestructible heaven technique. Yi Fan had a premonition long ago, but after directly confirming it, he was still shocked. Yao Guang's saint's son hid himself very deeply. Old Saber Honcho was startled. This heavenly technique was world-shaking. It was passed down from generation to generation, but no one had ever seen it. It was the most mysterious. Just like the Wuxia scripture, it never appeared in the world, but it couldn't stop people's desire and reverence for it. It was as clear and distant as the bright moon in the sky. The indestructible heaven technique was created by Ruthless in his later years. It competed with heaven and earth for luck, seized the good fortune of the past and present, shed his demonic shell and aged body, and used it to give birth to a divine fetus, beginning a new life. Old Saber Honcho muttered to himself in horror. This kind of technique was too mysterious, it had never been seen in the world. Ruthless was world-shaking. After comprehending his whole life in his later years, he left behind such a scripture. How terrifying would it be? Since ancient times, it was unknown how many people wanted to dig out this scripture, but they could only sigh in vain. Unexpectedly, a successor had appeared today. Talented people appear in every generation, each dominating the world for several thousand years. Moreover, an unprecedented great era has arrived. Ruthless, unique, mysterious technique has appeared. I wonder when the Wuxia scripture will appear. Could it be that it must have an innate divine body? Old Saber Honcho muttered to himself. They entered the divine city. Yi Fan was very cautious. Hell and the human world were definitely the source of terror. He didn't dare to lower his guard. Old Saber Honcho's grandfather was called Qi Luo. The place he chose was very gorgeous. It was suspended in the sky, an ancient watchtower connected to each other. It was built with 5-colored jade. Rumor has it that it was supported by the Southern Mountains' demonic imperial palace. Qi Luo was very old, he was leaning on a crutch. One of his eyes was very turbid, the other was a black hole, as if it was connected to a black hole in the universe. It was extremely terrifying. At his level, even if he was really blind, he could still refine his body. Unless it was a great Dao injury, he would be able to recover. Yi Fan didn't believe that he was blind in one eye. No matter how he looked at it, that black hole seemed like it contained a terrifying Dao law. Perhaps it even contained a Dao weapon. Qi Luo stared at him for a very long time. Especially the black hole that shot out a strand of black light, it was even more terrifying. It was as if it could penetrate his body. It can't be wrong. You have obtained the Xing formula, and you have read the ancient scrolls of the Celestial Court. However, you didn't cultivate much. He was very direct, saying such words as soon as they met. Yi Fan was very calm, but he was shocked in his heart. This old man was very powerful. With just a glance, he was able to see through Yi Fan's depth. He was definitely an expert. Unless you become the Yuan Taoist master, otherwise, no matter how you disguise yourself, you won't be able to hide from the Heaven's Wheel Eye. The old man laughed. What advice does Senior have for me? Yi Fan asked. Qi Luo immediately burst into tears. He cried until the entire palace rumbled and was on the verge of collapse. He was so shocked that even the sky was trembling. This kind of cultivation was indeed astonishing, far surpassing that of a super expert. He was definitely a world-shaking character who had already severed his Dao for many years. Senior, you are. Yi Fan didn't understand. The heavens have taken pity on us and didn't sever the inheritance of the Celestial Court. Finally, there is someone to continue it. There is finally hope to avenge the hatred of our ancestors. The old man cried loudly. Yi Fan felt his blood run cold. What was this old man trying to do? Could it be that he wanted to drag him into becoming enemies with the whole world? One had to know that the destruction of the Celestial Court back then was the joint effort of all the Holy Lands. It was rumored that the undying Imperial Court of the Central Plains also seemed to have contributed. Our ancestors proved their Tao by killing and killed many experts from the Holy Lands. Later on, they besieged us, but we don't hate them. This is the karma of heaven and earth. However, the Celestial Court overlooked the world. How could it be destroyed in one fell swoop and even uprooted? The old man wiped his tears. It was unknown whether he was really sad or if he had this kind of habit, but he cried until the void was about to collapse. It was the underworld and the human world who leaked the address of the Celestial Court and secretly took action. Yi Fan was surprised to hear this. The destruction of the Celestial Court actually had the shadow of the other two killer divine dynasties. As expected, there were all kinds of secrets. Because they know that as long as the Celestial Court exists, it will always look down on them and will never be able to surpass them. After a long while, Qi Luo finally stopped crying. Yi Fan's ears were ringing nonstop. This old man's strength was too terrifying. With a cry, the Tao patterns were densely covered. If it wasn't for his divine physique, his physical body would have already been shattered. "Senior, what do you want me to come here for?" The one-eyed old man wiped his tears and stood in front of the window with the help of his crutch. He said, "Actually, it's nothing much. I just want to see what kind of person you are. Seeing is believing." Yi Fan didn't say anything and just looked at him calmly. A while ago, the underworld and the human world sent out all their assassins and even their trump cards. Wang Tang's body and spirit were almost destroyed, but he was saved at the crucial moment by an immortal crane. Yi Fan was shocked. Even Wang Tang became the target of the two divine dynasties. This was somewhat out of his expectation. At the same time, the immortal crane saving him made him shiver. He had long heard rumors that Wang Tang was gifted when he was young and was carried away by a divine crane. That was how he became a legend. A stray dog wants to be beaten by everyone. Since ancient times, the underworld and the human world have been envious of our Celestial Court's line, secret, but in the end, they couldn't get it. Now, they have their eyes on his forwarding, secret. Once this secret is mastered, one can predict all opportunities. For an assassin, it is the same as the line, secret, and can be called a supreme technique. In that case, their main purpose of killing me is for the line, secret, and not because of the previous enmity. Yi Fan scoffed coldly. It's like this. They have always been thinking about our Celestial Court's supreme secret technique. It can break through all formations like walking on flat ground. It can go anywhere in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. After it is refined to the extreme, it can even evolve into the God's law. Old Saber Hancho stood at the side and didn't say anything. He was quietly listening to the conversation between his grandfather and Yi Fan. After a long time, Qi Luo said again, "There are many experts in this ancient watchtower built from multicolored jade. Not only are there Blood Phoenix Mountain and Fire Qilin Caves far ancient imperial family, there are also many young experts from the far ancient tribe. There are also dozens of assassins from the underworld and the human world. It seems their divine sons and daughters are also here." Yi Fan stood up and said, "What do you mean?" "I want to see how you'll perform under the siege of so many young elites. Oh, I forgot to mention, Fire Qilin's younger sister, Hualin, is also here. She is a princess with the ancient emperor's bloodline. She is incomparably powerful. She has personally come here." Yi Fan's expression changed. The divine sons and daughters of the underworld and the human world are known to be able to kill all kings. They are much stronger than the saints. It is not surprising that the immortals have slashed the path 3 times. You have to perform well, don't let down the Celestial Court's prestige. After Qi Luo finished speaking, he shouted toward the outside of the ancient watchtower, "The human race's sacred physique is here." "You old bastard!" Yi Fan cursed. Murderous intent soared to the heavens in all directions. Pillars of qi pierced through the heaven and earth. Blood energy covered the sun and rushed up. Dozens to 100 great experts surrounded the ancient watchtower. Chapter 8:36. Palaces made of multicolored jade stones emitted a faint radiance one after another. They were connected together and hung in the sky. At this time, the blood energy was like pillars supporting the sky. They were thick and majestic, piercing through the clouds and connecting the heavens and the earth. Over 100 experts were glaring at them like tigers watching their prey. Yi Fan was quite straightforward and didn't say anything else. He wanted to open the realm gate and leave, but he was astonished to find that the void was locked and he couldn't escape. Dao patterns were arranged like wriggling ancestral snakes, densely covering every inch of space. These were precisely the divine patterns formed by Qi Luo's crying. Yi Fan was astonished. This old man was too powerful. His cries were like blades as he carved divine patterns in the void, forming the power of laws that weaved in all directions. He turned around to leave, breaking open the window and leaping out. However, what he saw made him shiver inwardly. Even in the outside world, there were all types of fine Dao patterns that were like little snakes, but also like little divine phoenixes dancing about, locking down heaven and earth. The entire sky was sealed, so it was impossible to open the realm gate. He could only rely on his own strength to break through. He clenched his teeth and said, "Old thing, you really know how to cry." Qi Luo was all smiles as his single eye squinted into a reclining silkworm. Meanwhile, old Saber Hancho was petrified and didn't say anything. Yi Fan didn't even turn his head back as he rushed into the distance. He couldn't stay here for long and had to break out of the encirclement. Otherwise, there would be a world-shaking bloody battle. Human Saint Physique, where do you think you're going? The fallen wing race's Lu Dongfa is here. In front, a handsome young expert appeared. He rushed out from an ancient watchtower with 54 pairs of ink-black wings on his back. They were like a black cloud with blood-colored lightning curling around them. I heard you don't put the younger generation of our archaic immemorial era in your eyes. Today, I'll fight with you. Yi Fan was astonished. No matter how he looked at it, this young ancient race expert was like a fallen angel from the other side of the starry sky. He knew that this was definitely the hatred Duanda had attracted for him. Cursing the heavenly prince and calling Yuangu a watermelon made the other ancient races feel that he was too arrogant. Clang! The 54 pairs of wings on Lu Dongfa's back vibrated like the cry of a sword. Immediately, demonic energy overflowed into the sky. Blood-colored lightning surged over like a long river, tearing apart the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Yi Fan drew a line with his right hand, and a round taiji appeared. It spun in the void and guided the god rule that the blood-colored lightning had evolved to the other side. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar sounded. It was like the roar of a bull from the heavens, shaking the ancient walls of the divine city. The sound traveled several hundred li. An existence that looked like an ox-demon king wielding a heaven-supporting trident and covered in thick black fur, with a human body and an ox head, a wide mouth filled with fangs, and a pair of thick and sturdy horns, transformed into a black light and charged over. Buzz! The void trembled. His speed was too fast, arriving in the blink of an eye, clashing head-on with Yi Fan, smashing over like a small black mountain. Nyo-E of the demonic bull tribe would like to experience the power of the human tribe's sacred physique. He released a great roar, blood energy overflowing into the heavens, demonic clouds covering the sun, the sound waves even splitting apart the entire sky dome. One could well imagine how ferocious he was. Boom! This black figure, which was as tall and sturdy as a mountain, was even heavier than a mountain. He directly engaged in close combat with Yi Fan, competing with his physical body. This part of the sky was smashed into pieces as if two ancient stars had collided. The shockwaves spread far and wide, shaking everything in all directions. The rumbling sounds lingered on incessantly. The heaven-supporting trident shattered into pieces and flew out like a crow feather. It was directly broken by Yi Fan, who rushed forward to attack Nyo-E of the demonic bull tribe. Roar! This black figure, which was as tall as a mountain, flew out and let out a loud roar, causing the clouds in the surroundings to collapse. It was as if a huge mountain had fallen down. Niu Yi spat out a large mouthful of blood. One of his arms had been broken, and a terrifying palm print had appeared on his chest. All the bones in his body were cracking, and his thick ox hair was standing on end. As expected of the human tribe's sacred physique. Even the demonic bull tribe, which has boundless strength and intimidated the primordial times, is no match for him, said Lu Dongfa of the Fallen Wing race. Yi Fan didn't stop and chased after him with the row formula. He decided to kill the chicken to warn the monkey and end this Niu Yi of the demonic bull tribe. Moo! Suddenly, a terrifying demonic roar rang out. Niu Yi opened his mouth and let out a barbaric bull roar, causing the sky to collapse. In front of him was a vast expanse of whiteness that couldn't be seen clearly. Everything was filled with barbaric bull waves that could shatter space. Yi Fan was astonished. This move was similar to the secret technique used by the old man's mount in the Ziwei ancient star field. A single roar could cause mountains and rivers to collapse. It was very frightening and blocked his path forward. A figure was as fast as lightning, streaking across the sky in an instant. He opened his mouth and spat out a great Tao Law that poured down like a curtain from the heavens. He attacked amidst the terrifying barbaric bull waves, concealing all of his aura. Like a shocking rainbow, he rushed over in an instant, leaving behind the divine law of death. Humph! Yi Fan snorted coldly and rushed into the sky. He moved later but arrived first, cutting off the path. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist blasted out. He had been obstructed as soon as he came out of the ancient watchtower, so he really needed to use a powerful method to intimidate the enemy. This fist contained all of his battle chi, and it was tyrannical. The laws in the sky collapsed. The lightning-like figure didn't even have time to turn around and was drowned by the overflowing golden blood energy. With a prung sound, he exploded and died a violent death. During this process, there were still 3 ghost-like figures that rushed over. They swallowed and spat out divine laws as they worked together to surround and kill. Yi Fan turned around like a wolf howling at the moon. His entire body was shining, blazing like the sun. It was as if the primal chaos had submerged the world, and endless divine might surged. His body turned into a dragon-shaped curve as he flew out, cutting apart the sky and cutting apart everything in his way. Pooh! 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 Blood blossomed like a haze that dyed the sky. It was beautiful yet poignant. The 3 great experts were all cut in half. Blood splashed through the void, and their corpses fell to the ground. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. He blocked the Heavenly Feather race's Lu Dongfa, forced back the Demon Bull race's Niu Yi, and then quickly killed the 4 great experts. Yi Fan's clothes weren't tainted by blood. He stood in the sky alone, facing the experts of the various races. He was calm and composed, and a cold smile hung on his lips. The human race's sacred physique is worthy of its reputation. Your combat strength has reached such a level. Even among the younger generation of the various ancient tribes, there aren't many who can be compared to you, said the Heavenly Feather race's Lu Dongfa. In another direction, the Demon Bull race's Niu Yi's entire body crackled. Over 100 bones reconnected, and his body emitted a dazzling light. The black fur on the surface of his body became translucent. How terrifying! Can he really be compared to the bloodlines of the ancient emperors? It surpasses the strength of my race's physical body. In the surroundings, figures appeared one after another. They were densely packed and indistinct, surrounding Yi Fan. They were all great experts, and not a single one of them was weak. No wonder you dare to humiliate the Heavenly Prince and challenge Yuangu. You are indeed very strong. A woman whose entire body was enveloped in raging flames spoke. This was a young expert from the Fire Cloud race. During the Archaic era, the myriad races were at war. Experts were as common as clouds, and the younger generations were endless. The human race's sacred physique couldn't create any waves. On the other side, a man with a sparkling jade horn between his brows spoke. He wore a chainmail and had silver hair that draped over his shoulders. He belonged to the Horn race. I've long heard of how powerful the human race's sacred physique is. Today, I shall see who's stronger, hee. A cold laughter rang out from another side. Black mist curled up, and a small figure was hidden within. He was an expert from the hidden shadow race. The kings of the human race have risen, and the various ancient tribes of the supreme ancient immortal realms have also appeared. There will naturally be fierce battles. The human race's sacred physique, you killed Zitiandu. You do have the ability, but in this era where experts emerge in large numbers, you still can't be considered peerless. Another tall creature spoke. His blood-colored hair draped over his shoulders, and he was as imposing as a mountain. His entire body was enveloped in divine light, dazzling and resplendent. He belonged to the Blood Lightning King race. The blood of the human race. What a nostalgic taste. I wonder how different the blood of a sacred physique is. A sinister laughter rang out. This woman's face was snow-white, and her arms were covered in fine silver scales. She was an expert from the life ghost race. In all 4 directions, there were all sorts of creatures. There were no less than 10 races, and each and every one of them was incomparably powerful. They were all experts ranked at the top of the younger generation. You have to be careful. These people are all extraordinary, especially a few who are extremely powerful. Enjoy the battle. Qi Luo transmitted his voice. Old bastard, you can continue crying. Yi Fan really wanted to stamp his shoe on his face. Pooh! As he spoke, Yi Fan's right hand formed a sword art and slashed through the air. A bloody line appeared as a head fell from the sky. The people from the God Killer dynasty finally couldn't endure it any longer. They began to take action, but in front of Yi Fan, they had nowhere to hide. All of them were discovered. Sword cries rang out. 10 directional death. A total of 10 people formed a sword formation. They stepped on special formation runes as they worked together to kill Yi Fan. This was a great killing formation that caused the entire divine city to become cold. Cold light illuminated all directions, and it was bone-chilling. The God Killer dynasty used killing to prove their Tao, so the ancient formation they laid down was naturally incomparably terrifying. Killing intent pervaded the entire sky, and the birds flying in the distance were all crushed. Are you people from hell or the human world? Yi Fan asked. No one replied. The 10 people were emotionless and raised their swords at Yi Fan at the same time like emotionless machines. Kill! The group of people shouted. The ancient killing formation was activated, and dozens of sword radiances flew out. They were incomparably dazzling and pierced through the clouds. These are useless against me. Yi Fan roared loudly. His black hair danced about chaotically. He activated the rose symbol and charged into the formation. His fists were like 2 golden mountains as they smashed downwards. Boom! The entire heaven and earth emitted a blazing light as golden blood energy submerged the land. A vast amount of divine might surged. Not bad, it's the line formula. It's unstoppable in the ancient killing formation. As expected of a saint physique, his battle prowess has also reached such a level. Inside the ancient watchtower, Qi Luo nodded and muttered to himself. Yi Fan wasn't affected by the killing formation. He had long since comprehended the line formula to a brand new realm, and it was as if he was walking on flat ground. His fists swung out like a divine drum shaking the sky. Every time he struck out, there would be an explosive sound that destroyed all directions. Boom! In the end, Yi Fan joined his fists together and forcefully shook the vast sky, emitting a sky-overflowing brilliance. The fist energy fluctuations forced everyone to retreat. And in the center of the battlefield, miserable screams rang out as one figure after another exploded into a bloody mist. All of them were crushed. Buzz! Just at this moment, a huge silver foot stepped down from the sky. It was like a huge mountain crashing down towards Yi Fan's body. All the experts in the surroundings retreated. Clearly, it was an incomparably powerful ancient race character who wanted to show off his strength to Yi Fan. Clang! A sharp killing intent shot over like the power of a fairy. One of the goddesses of the God Killer dynasty had finally made her move, and she was stronger than everyone else. Chapter 837. Even now, in this era of seclusion, who still dared to act so unrestrainedly, trampling down with a large silver foot to directly stomp Yi Fan to death. This person's magical body reached the heavens. reaching above his knees into the clouds. His true body couldn't be seen. A large silver foot that was as lofty as a mountain crushed downwards. Wind whistled and air currents surged like a tsunami. Yi Fan's right leg moved horizontally, and his body spun like a top, releasing endless light. Then, he kicked out horizontally, trampling through the sky dome. The large silver foot released radiance that was like a nebula. It trembled violently. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's foot also released endless radiance, heaven and earth becoming a dazzling expanse. Many people flew out like pieces of paper. With this place as the center, divine might fluctuations that resembled the collapse of a star domain were released. It was as if an endless divine sea was surging, its brilliance blotting out the sun. Yi Fan was astonished. What kind of person was this? To be able to face his physical body head-on, at his level, perhaps only a few ancient princes had a body comparable to his. A figure flickered in the sky. That person became smaller and flew out, completely unharmed and calm. He's Xianxia, wearing the Silver Moon Clan's wind and cloud battle boots. I heard that he has already stepped on the threshold of the Tao's severing realm. Someone cried out in alarm. This person was clad in silver battle clothes, especially his feet. His battle boots were shiny, and there were chains that looked like natural order laws that flowed with precious splendor. He had a head of long snow-white hair, and there was a crescent moon imprint between his brows. In his hand was an exquisite pagoda that was shrouded in mist. Yi Fan didn't have the time to carefully size him up, because the other ascension light was exceptionally sharp. It was aimed at the crown of his head from the boundless void. Chang Chang. Streak after streak of sword radiance hacked down like streaks of ascension power, dazzling and terrifying. Yi Fan's hands formed sword arts, continuously dispelling them. Moreover, he rushed into the sky. After the tribulation last time, his heavenly eye had finally reached completion. The moment it opened, 2 streaks of divine light immediately saw through the fabrications and saw a black-clothed woman. The goddess of the underworld. It was completely a type of intuition. Yi Fan immediately sensed her identity because she had a special aura that was extremely powerful and difficult to estimate. Boom! The sky itself collapsed. A dark azura palace appeared behind the black-clothed woman. It wasn't a physical body, but formed from endless light. It became a backdrop. Her body was slender and looked weak, but she had an intimidating aura. Only someone like Yi Fan, who had an extremely sharp spiritual sense, could sense it. There was a mask on her face made of unknown materials, able to block the heavenly eyes prying. It was the face of an underworld ghost. She was supposed to be a peerless beauty, but after putting on such a mask, it was indescribably strange. She let out a light shout, and the entire sky darkened. Dark azura halls were everywhere. At this moment, she disappeared. It was as if hell had descended upon the human world. All kinds of purgatory, endless palaces, innumerable blood pools, and impenetrable bone mountains were piled up in the sky. The various ancient races were all shocked. They almost couldn't see through what was happening, as if it was a real scene. Meanwhile, the goddess of hell was moving about within these scenes. Clang! Sword cries shook the heavens. From time to time, they would shoot out from all kinds of purgatory, blood pools, and bone mountains, catching people off guard. The goddess of hell disappeared, merging into nothingness. This was the first time Yi Fan faced the goddess of an assassin organization. He could sense how powerful the other party was. If not for the fact that the heavenly eye had been cultivated and he had seen the celestial court's ancient killing scroll, he would definitely be on the defensive. Everything is fabricated. It is useless against me. Yi Fan rushed over, using his hand as a sword. He attacked with great force, destroying the blood pools, destroying the bone mountains, and sending the dark azura halls flying. He would kill gods if they stood in his way. Even though that woman was unpredictable and could sometimes hide from the heavenly eye, most of the time, she was within Yi Fan's field of view. The two of them quickly exchanged blows, fighting endlessly. This was actually a woman who had almost severed the Tao. She had already taken one step, and all that was missing was the final strike, the enlightenment of the Tao. Even if she only took one step, her combat prowess would be on a completely different level. Her strength was incomparably strong and she didn't fight head-on against Yi Fan. She would use all sorts of illusions to assassinate him, and it was extremely dangerous. And now, Yi Fan was at the peak of the second level of Immortal Foundation. Other than the direct descendants of the ancient emperors, there weren't many who could contend against him. Clearly, the goddess of hell was one of the few who could. All sorts of light flashed as a bone pagoda floated over. However, Yi Fan didn't dare to be careless. He activated his Man-King imprint and blasted it out. Bang! Shattered bones shot out as the bone pagoda collapsed from the impact. It was incomparably violent as tens of thousands of beams of black light shot out from within. This was the curse of death. Those who were struck by it would die for sure. Yi Fan's body trembled. He activated his golden sacred domain, blocking the black light and blocking this sure kill technique. The expressions of many people from the ancient races changed. Although many of them had never seen this killing light before, they could sense the danger. It could corrode divine light. Among the god sons and goddesses of the two ancient assassin dynasties, the goddess of hell is the weakest. Their god son and goddesses of the mortal world are the strongest, but not all of them came. Qi Luo transmitted his voice over. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The goddess of hell was actually the weakest and the other three were even stronger. This wasn't good news at all. No wonder it was rumored that they could kill all immortal kings. Is this the limit of your abilities? Even if you truly step into the third level of Immortal Foundation, I have no fear. Yi Fan roared, filled with absolute confidence as he rushed forward. He had stepped into the domain of the 8 restrictions. Even if his opponent had 7 restrictions and was at the initial stage of severing her Tao, she would only be on par with him. If they fought head-on, he had absolute confidence that he could kill her. Boom! Yi Fan's entire body radiated with golden sacred light, shattering the illusions around him. He chased after the black-robed goddess, wanting to kill her here and now. In the air, only the 18 prisons of hell didn't vanish. They stood there, half real and half illusory, with the goddesses of hell within them. Yi Fan used the Celestial Court's secret technique that he wasn't familiar with to resist the underworld killing technique. They had already exchanged several hundred blows. Something's wrong. He was suddenly startled. The 18 half-real black prisons seemed to have a strange power that made his body heavier and heavier. It was as if they were shackles on his body. "Break for me!" Yi Fan shouted loudly. His entire body once again began to erupt with boundless light, burning fiercely like divine flames. Chains of order, eternal binding. The goddess of hell shouted lightly. She was still hiding in the black prison, using extremely strange laws. 18 chains reached out from the black prison and had long bound his body. They represented the restraints of the 18 layers of hell. They were going to obliterate him. These were formed from 18 divine laws. They were difficult to sever and impossible to struggle free. The 18 black prisons materialized, emerging from the depths of the void and descending here. Chains of order, eternal suppression. The black-robed goddess shouted lightly. The 18 demonic prisons descended together, merging together to refine and swallow Yi Fan inside. Now's the time. A natural circle appeared outside Yi Fan's body. The golden Tai Chi appeared. The great Yin and great Yang fused and rotated around each other. He rushed forward and took the initiative to enter the 18 layers of hell. Suddenly, tens of thousands of swords cried out in unison. The sky was filled with sword radiance. Tens of thousands of them all rushed into the black prison. Yi Fan used the golden Tai Chi circle to protect himself and tried hard to sever the chains of order. At the same time, he operated the army formula and turned his killing intent into sword radiance. Clang! The most special sword cry came from the goddess of hell's own blood-dripping demon sword. It slashed at her own body, and half of her body was sent flying. This incomparably strange scene shocked everyone. They didn't know what was going on and all opened their mouths wide. At the same time, Yi Fan struggled with all his might. His whole body was covered in golden holy light as he broke the 18 chains of order. He continued to control the soldiers to kill the goddess. Pooh! The falling half of her body was shattered by him and turned into a bloody mist. Meanwhile, the goddess used her extreme secret technique to escape into the black prison that was about to disappear. Where do you think you're going? Yi Fan chased after her. Suddenly, a cold and eerie light pierced over. It was soundless, and only when it got close to him did the surface of his body suddenly burst into flames. This was a peerless killing intent. Clang! Yi Fan leaned to the side and used his arm to block the attack. The killing light was shattered, and a few drops of blood fell from his arm. If it was an ordinary person, his body and soul would have been destroyed. However, he was only scratched. So there are more divine sons and goddesses hiding? They are indeed stronger. Boom! It was very abrupt. A large black claw stretched out from the 18 black prisons that had just disappeared. It was as thin as firewood and gloomy and cold as it clawed forward. Qi Luo stood in the ancient watchtower. It was as if a dark universe was evolving inside that black hole-like eye. He didn't make a move, but he emitted a wisp of energy and rushed forward. Swoosh! The large black claw seemed to have sensed something and disappeared in a flash. The others didn't know why the mysterious person suddenly retreated. It's like a king that came from hell and was scared away by Qi Luo. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Only he had personally sensed it. At this time, he looked for the goddess of hell, but he discovered that she had already disappeared. He didn't delay and tried to break out of the encirclement. Anyone would feel pressured after being surrounded by over 100 great experts. The Heavenly Prince asked us to take action. How can we let you leave? His Highness Yuangu also said that if he discovered you, he must delay you until he arrives. You can forget about leaving today. I've always wanted to fight against the human race's divine physique. Today, I can finally fulfill one of my wishes. A group of people obstructed him from breaking out. Some were truly powerful and wanted to fight against him to temper themselves, while others were filled with hostility. The young experts of the various ancient tribes took action. All sorts of lights shot out, cutting off his path forward. Moreover, there were still divine sons from the Killer God dynasty here. They hadn't left yet and were eyeing him covetously. If you insist on obstructing me, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Yi Fan's expression sank. His combat strength soared, rising to the limit. He felt a great threat and knew that there was definitely a great enemy among them. He opened up the golden sacred domain. All sorts of laws flew over, but none of them could approach him. Then he pounced forward like a divine lion and began his massacre. Bang! A bell tower fell down, smashing onto the golden sacred domain. Yi Fan staggered from the impact. One could well imagine how heavy this strike was. You again! Yi Fan turned around and discovered that it was that white-haired man from the Silver Moon race who had stepped on him with the Windcloud battle boots not long ago. Sonorous sounds rang out incessantly. Many people took action, and ancient treasures flew over one after another. It was extremely terrifying. Yi Fan raised his combat strength and fought with his life on the line. He forced back the people around him and then shouted at Xianxia, "Peng!" The 6-word incantation left his mouth and transformed into a supreme sound wave that spread in all directions. Immediately, 7 or 8 experts bore the brunt of the attack and collapsed one after another. Everyone was shocked. The dead experts came from different races and were all kings among elites. Each of them possessed heaven-defying strength, but they were all crushed by Yi Fan's roar. Xianxia coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The Linglong pagoda in front of him collapsed, and his body was flung away. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't block this attack. Boom! Yi Fan's Dharma body enlarged. He stomped his foot forward like a mountain. Xianxia shouted. The wind cloud battle boots on his feet glowed, and he turned into a beam of light as he retreated. However, at this time, Yi Fan once again used the army formula. The treasured boots on Xianxia's feet suddenly emitted a demonic light. He let out a miserable scream as a mass of bloody light burst out and his feet turned into a bloody paste. Pfft! Yi Fan's foot stomped down. This king among elites of the Silver Moon race was already at the threshold of the 3 slashes of the immortal Tao, but he still couldn't block it. He was trampled to death, leaving only a pair of boots behind. Boom! In the sky, a delicate jade-like hand stretched down and rapidly enlarged. It was as if a deity had descended into the world. The jade-like hand covered the sky and crushed everything in its path towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan attacked upwards. Another person who dared to fight against his physical body had appeared. In his eyes, this person didn't know the difference between life and death. However, things went beyond his expectations. After the intense collision, that pure white hand was not destroyed and was in perfect condition. The daughter of the archaic emperor, the bloodline of the ancient emperor, Huolin, has arrived. Someone cried out in alarm. Chapter 8:38. This was a blue-haired girl with bright eyes and white teeth. Her figure was tall and slender, and her skin was as white as fine jade. She was graceful and elegant as she twisted her body over. Her blue hair flickered like silk as it hung down to Huolin's waist. A sparkling and translucent jade hairpin was inserted in her hair, and on top of the hairpin was a fine string of beads with a vivid and lifelike little qilin hanging on it. It made her jade-like cheeks appear even more lustrous and white. This was the daughter of the archaic emperor. She was sealed like the fire qilin, and now that she had been reborn in this world, the power of her bloodline inheritance was unimaginable. Yi Fan was astonished. It was precisely this kind of charming girl who was able to resist his flesh without suffering any injuries. She was truly powerful. Is this the bloodline of the ancient emperor? As the first-generation heir, her talent has been stunning since ancient times. It is difficult to compare to her. Her innate conditions are too astonishing. Strictly speaking, no one from the younger generation dared to fight him head-on. However, Huolin had met him with a palm as soon as she arrived. Meanwhile, the ancient sacred emperor's daughter's talent was definitely not limited to her flesh. She was the strongest in every other aspect. This kind of conjecture was truly horrifying. No wonder it is said that any ancient prince that jumps out will shock the world and recreate the glory of his father's generation. In the past, the human princes were like this. Once they grew up, they would only be a step away from confirming their Dao and entering the realm of great ancient emperors. They would then be able to suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The ancient princes were also like this. 1 year of cultivation was equivalent to 100 years of cultivation for others. In the future, there would definitely be a dialogue between the most powerful experts. The human race's sacred body is so powerful. It makes my hand hurt a bit. This is truly unexpected. Huolin revealed a faint smile. She was bright and beautiful, and her blue hair was like the essence of the sea. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock and couldn't help but retreat. The archaic emperor's daughter had arrived. Everyone was in awe and couldn't help but make way. It wasn't difficult to see the strict hierarchy of the ancient races. People revered the ancient emperors greatly, and even their descendants had extremely revered statuses. There were also human cultivators in this palace, and they were well aware of the strength of the sacred body. They were all shocked after seeing this scene, and they inwardly sighed at how terrifying the emperor's descendant was. Worthy of being the archaic emperor's daughter. Your talent is world-shaking, truly admirable. Yi Fan spoke. I didn't come here to fight you to the death. Leave it to the heavenly prince or Yuan Gu. Of course, if my old bro runs into you, he will most likely be interested as well. She smiled sweetly, beautiful and enchanting. She was naturally talking about the fire unicorn. Then what advice do you have for me? Yi Fan asked. Can you return the seed of the qilin divine medicine to me? That's the only thing our father left us. Huolin said pitifully. Then she giggled and said, Don't refuse yet. My clansmen will trade with you with immortal materials. Everyone was stupefied. They were moved by her beauty, and they began to have wild and fanciful thoughts after hearing her words. The qilin divine medicine had previously accompanied an archaic emperor, and now, it was still in this world. How many years had passed since then? It made people feel the terrifying power of time change. I've said it before. Tell me the location of hell and the human world and bring me the head of one of their leaders. I will definitely hand over the qilin medicine with both hands, and all other conditions are off the table. Yi Fan was extremely straightforward. He wouldn't hand over this medicine no matter what. Every single ancient emperor had one without exception. Apart from prolonging one's life, there must be some unknown reason behind it. Perhaps it would be extremely important in the later stages. Let's discuss it. Don't be so inflexible. The things I give you won't be bad, and I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Huolin smiled sweetly. Her slender jade-like legs were faintly discernible as she walked forward. It's better if we maintain a certain distance to avoid any misunderstandings and disputes, said Yifan. This woman was more beautiful than a flower and had a celestial appearance, but she was also extremely dangerous. The divine body is peerless. I should be the one guarding against you. Huolin giggled and leisurely walked forward. However, in the end, she still stopped and didn't continue forward. Are you really not going to reconsider? My fire Qilin cave has existed since the ancient times and produced ancient emperors. The immortal materials we have are things the people of the world yearn for even in their dreams. It is enough to make up for the Qilin medicine's value. Yifan shook his head. In this world, he felt that the most precious thing was the undying medicine. He had seen almost everything else, but divine medicines were the most difficult to find. Sigh, what a pity. The ones that came from hell and the human world are all divine children and goddesses. If a leader came, they could cut off their heads and exchange it with you. How great would that be? She ascended a jade carriage and propped up her chin in a daze. Her large eyes blinked. She looked innocent, but also flirtatious. There was a type of strange temperament to her. The human cultivators were all horrified. Just how powerful was this ancient emperor's young daughter? Unfortunately, she didn't fight against the divine body. It was difficult to estimate. Princess, if you want to take back the Qilin divine medicine, I'll help you get it. At this time, an ancient race male walked out. There was a spiritual jade horn between his brows. He wore chainmail and had silver hair that draped over his shoulders. This was an expert from the horned race. Sure, if you can get it back for me, I'll invite you to stay in the fire Qilin cave for a year. Huolin smiled, incomparably mesmerizing. The expressions of many people from the supreme ancient immortal realms changed. That was the cultivation place of ancient emperors and also the place where they entered closed-door seclusion in their later years. There were countless wondrous places there, and even the saints wanted nothing more than to enter, but they didn't have the chance to do so. Dongba Hong Bed. The silver-haired male spoke in a low voice, chanting an ancient incantation. His body glowed with a silver light, resembling a divine lamp that hung in the air. The people in the surroundings all hurriedly retreated, flying very far away. They were all filled with trepidation towards this incantation and weren't willing to get close to it. This is the death curse of the horned race. It's extremely difficult to dispel it. A young elite king at the peak of the second level of Immortal Foundation acted. The consequences would definitely be terrifying. Yifan heard their discussion. As long as this incantation was used within a certain range, even if one didn't die, they would still be weakened for a few years. It was extremely bizarre. The best solution was to immediately retreat and evade this ancient incantation. After it dissipated, they would then rush over to kill it. However, this place was already surrounded and it was difficult to break out. This gave the expert from the horned race the opportunity to unleash this secret art to its fullest potential. In the air, numerous tadpole-like runes appeared, trapping Yifan within. This was a bizarre energy known as the Death Curse. Saint physique of the human race, what do you think the 10,000 ancient immortal realms are? You have disrespected us time and time again. Today I will take your life. As a loud roar rang out, the silver hair of the young expert from the horned race fluttered in the wind. The jade horn in the center of his brows seemed to have gained sentience as it carved runes in the air, emitting a faint black light. Everyone retreated even further, afraid that the runes would contaminate their bodies. Even the baptism of the holy light from the ancient king wouldn't be able to cleanse it. However, everyone discovered to their astonishment that Yifan didn't retreat at all. He took the initiative to rush forward, moving towards the center. The tadpole-like runes were about to stick onto his body. Clang, clang, clang. Yifan made his move. His fingers were like heavenly swords as he carved the 9 ancient characters recorded in the Tao scriptures in the air. This allowed him to achieve a short period of eternity as if he was standing in another small world. He walked forward step by step as if he was walking on flat ground. The tadpole-like runes that filled the sky all fell down, but when they encountered the 9 ancient characters, they dissipated like ashes. They simply couldn't stop them. What? Everyone was astonished. For others, they would rather fight a disciple of the archaic imperial race than face this incantation head-on. They never expected that it would be broken down by Yi Fan on the spot. You, the young expert from the horned race, turned pale with fright. Every time he encountered an enemy, he would first evade and then look for an opportunity to attack. Today was the first time he had been attacked head-on. He turned around to leave. The pressure the human race's sacred body gave him was too terrifying. It was as if a burning immortal divine furnace was closing in on him to refine him. That surging golden blood energy terrified him. However, how could Yi Fan let him escape? After cultivating the Ro character art, his speed was incomparable. He moved later but arrived first, cutting off his path and smashed down with a fist. A beam of bloody light burst forth, and the silver-haired man directly turned into a bloody mist. Both his body and soul were destroyed, and not even a piece of his shattered bones remained. Everyone was horrified, but the ancient race's various tribes didn't disperse. A group of people slowly approached, and there was no lack of elites from the royal family or even the imperial family among them. Hey old man, you sold a piece of information to so many of us. You must have earned quite a bit of origin power, right? Well, Lin spoke while staring at the ancient watchtower in front of him. The price of the information varies from 10,000 to 50,000 kilograms of origin power. It's not much. I'm just a poor man, and I'm far inferior to the Yuan Taoist master, Qi Luo said with a hollow laugh. Boom! No one said anything more. It was as if they had a tacit understanding and they all made their moves. All kinds of divine laws and secret treasures rose into the sky almost at the same time and rushed toward Yi Fan. Since that's the case, I'll start a massacre. Yi Fan clenched his teeth. He definitely wouldn't be able to leave smoothly without paying the price in blood today. With a loud roar, his golden sacred domain expanded to its maximum size. It was as round as the Tao, enveloping him completely. In an instant, the myriad of techniques couldn't touch him, and he had no fear in his eyes as he rushed toward his enemies. An intense battle erupted. Tens to over 100 experts were present. Even if each of them unleashed a single move, it would be extremely terrifying. When they joined forces, even kings of the 3 slashes of the immortal Tao would feel fear in their hearts. Let alone the fact that there was a godchild of the Killer God dynasty among them. Once these people acted, they would definitely kill. Only a few among the younger generation would be able to survive. With so many people attacking, and each of them was an elite, their combined strength was extremely terrifying. Yi Fan's golden sacred domain was about to be penetrated. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but rather, there were simply too many enemies, and each of them was terrifying to the extreme. His defense is shocking. He can already be compared to a king. Those who attacked were even more shocked. Logically speaking, a peak stage second-level Immortal Foundation expert should have been turned into ashes by a single strike. Yet, the saint physique of a human actually managed to endure it. Kill! Everyone surrounded him as the sounds of killing shook the heavens. Yi Fan coughed out a mouthful of blood as his heart turned cold. There were actually a few among them who weren't any weaker than him. Some of them even had a foot in the immortal Tao and were about to succeed in severing their Taos. Who are these people exactly? Over 100 terrifying elite kings attacked together, causing the sun and moon to lose their radiance. Yi Fan suffered heavy injuries and was sent flying a few times. His golden sacred domain was about to collapse. Invulnerable to all arts? Blast open his sacred domain and cause him to lose his defense. With so many people attacking him, we can definitely kill him. Someone roared. In truth, it was impossible for Yi Fan's sacred domain to block so many people. The main reason was that the Ro technique was unparalleled. allowing him to evade the most terrifying waves of attacks. Unless he had no other choice, he wouldn't clash head-on. As long as there were more than 20 people who managed to land a blow on the golden circle, blood would seep out from the corner of his mouth. Kill! Yi Fan was enraged. His killing intent was boundless as he started to fight to the death, slaughtering everything in his way. The young elite king of the shadow race silently rushed over from the back, hiding in the black mist. However, he was discovered by Yi Fan in an instant. The secret arts of the celestial court were unleashed. With a chop of his hand, the young elite king was split into two as fresh blood splattered high into the air. 3,000 li of ice. A woman in white shouted. She was an expert of the snow race and could naturally use the ice god technique. A white wave of air drowned Yi Fan and sealed him in a piece of divine ice. Good, the others exclaimed. Bang! However, the divine ice collapsed in an instant. Yi Fan's 6 paths of reincarnation fist could not seal him at all. Moreover, the power of this fist was unparalleled. One after another, figures turned into bloody mist as their names were erased from the world. 11 elites of the ancient race had been killed with one punch. This shocking result left everyone stupefied, but they didn't stop. Even more ferocious attacks were unleashed. Everyone in the distance took out all types of weapons, attacking over. Yi Fan coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, the gold sacred domain collapsing several times. Kill! Yi Fan shouted again. He activated the army technique, and all the ancient weapons turned in reverse. It was as if time was flowing backward, and a strange change occurred. Miserable cries rose and fell. 9 people died under their own weapons, and there were more than 10 who were injured, their bodies covered in blood. This scene was even more terrifying, making many people shiver inwardly. They tightly gripped their weapons, their palms covered in cold sweat. There were even some who couldn't help but tremble. He's finished. After suffering our combined attacks, there's no way he can hold on for much longer. Someone sneered and took action first. Yes, he can't hold on anymore. The life ghost race woman laughed sinisterly. Her face was snow-white, and her arms were covered in fine scales. The blood of the archaic human race, I really miss it. I wonder how holy blood tastes now? Yi Fan was on the verge of collapse. Facing so many experts was truly strenuous. Even Immortal 3's people couldn't hold on for a long time. The future kings of the various clans charged forward together. Roar! Yi Fan released a great roar. He risked his life to kill. With a leap, he entered the crowd and grabbed that life ghost race woman. Then, with a forceful pull, she was torn apart with a prung sound. Blood splashed everywhere. This scene was extremely bloody, but it was extremely intimidating. Many people backed up in fear, not daring to approach. Finally, the golden sacred domain collapsed. Yi Fan chanted an ancient scripture. It was precisely the Nirvana scripture that an Miaoi passed down to him. Golden blood energy surged within his body, quickly recovering his injured body. Hurry, stop him. We can't give him any time. Many people shouted and took action together. Yi Fan's eyes released cold lightning. He rushed over while healing his injuries. The rho symbol art was displayed to its peak as he slaughtered in all directions. A woman whose entire body was covered in raging flames erupted at this crucial moment, wanting to burn Yi Fan down. She was a young expert from the Fire Cloud race. Battle Saint Art. Yi Fan's eyes were ice cold. His hands moved about, looking down on the world like divine King Jiang. He actually produced a sacred furnace that was scarlet red like blood. The eternal universe furnace flew out and suppressed forward. Immediately, cries of alarm rang out. That woman bore the brunt of the attack and was killed on the spot. The instant the sacred furnace collapsed, 8 or 9 people were burned to ashes. When Yi Fan used the Battle Saint art to evolve the eternal universe furnace, he also activated the sacred power of the ancient sun scripture to form this sacred furnace. They complemented each other. Although our celestial court doesn't have the scriptures of the great ancient emperors, the previous masters would experience all kinds of cruel tempering to become number 1 under the heavens. Qi Luo secretly transmitted his voice from the ancient watchtower. In the past, if one couldn't become a peerless expert and couldn't kill all the kings, the celestial court would rather not choose a master. Old Saber Hancho also transmitted his voice. That's right, the master of the celestial court must be number one under the heavens. Qi Luo's words were sonorous and resounded in Yi Fan's ears. It was as if 10,000 swords were unsheathed, rumbling together. Chapter 839. The great battle had already reached its climax. Yi Fan went crazy, doing everything he could to break out of the encirclement. His entire body was covered in blood, slaughtering until everyone trembled. Meanwhile, he himself also suffered serious injuries. Peng peng. Great collisions continuously rang out. Bloody paste and shattered bones flew everywhere, terrifying rumbling sounds ringing out continuously. There were exceptional figures in this group who were deeply hidden, not much weaker than him. At this moment, they finally began to exert force, every strike making heaven and earth collapse. Chung. Ancient weapons clashed, great weapons colliding, the noise deafening. Yi Fan operated the army character formula, controlling all types of secret treasures, turning them around to kill their masters. This was a terrifying and crazy scene, miserable cries rising and falling. Dao sounds resonated between heaven and earth, shaking everyone until their primordial spirits were about to split apart. These were the cries of ancient weapons, quite a few of them divine objects, yet they couldn't be controlled, killing their own masters. A rain of blood flew about. This was a cruel great battle. Yi Fan didn't have a choice, only using the most effective, simplest, and most energy-saving methods to continue living. There wasn't a single weakling on the battlefield, some of them destined to become the future ancestral kings of various clans. Right now, they were attacking Yi Fan together. This was practically a dead end. It was difficult for him to make it through. Another ancient race young expert cried out. Under the radiation of the army character formula, half of his head was cut off by his own ancient mirror, his primordial spirit also melting under the light of the mirror. Shouts of war shook the heavens. There were powerful enemies who were fearless, not cowering back. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also paid a tremendous price, the golden sacred domain collapsing several times, flesh as powerful as his almost exploding, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. With so many powerful individuals working together, even the kings of Immortal 3 had to nurse a grievance. This was especially the case with a few individuals among them, their own strength extremely powerful, 1 foot over the threshold of Immortal 3, possessing world-shocking strength. They blended into the crowd and launched a terrifying ambush every now and then. Almost every single one of their attacks was fatal. This was a bloody battle. Yi Fan was about to break out several times, but he was always stopped by the most powerful individuals, forcing him to fight with his life on the line, exhausting his own life. Clang. Just as Yi Fan was in the most dangerous situation, a deity law appeared out of nowhere. It flew over like a divine light from outer space and went straight for the center of Yi Fan's brows. Not to mention him, even the people around him felt like their bodies were about to crack and their Yuan Shen was about to collapse. The divine son of the mortal world had made his move. He actually didn't leave this entire time, patiently enduring until now. Finally, he found a fatal opening, decisively and mercilessly slashing out. Yi Fan was in a life and death situation. He was being attacked by a few top figures. They were the top figures of the ancient race's younger generation, and all of them had 1 foot over the threshold of the Dao-severing realm. It was difficult for him to deal with the sudden attack. This was a sword of order engraved with all types of symbols. It was completely forged from natural laws, representing the power of the mortal world's divine child. He had already succeeded in severing the Dao. All of this was too critical. There was no time to think. Yi Fan exerted all of his cultivation and exerted the power of the army formula to the extreme to interfere with the sword of order. It's useless. This isn't a material sword. It is forged from natural laws. Once it comes into contact with it, it will turn into ashes. The divine son of the mortal world said sinisterly. However, the army formula was peerless and exceeded everyone's imagination. Even the weapon formed from natural laws was disturbed. The sword of order stopped in that instant. Chung. At the same time, not far away, an individual's entire body shone. He wore undying battle clothes, and under the control of the army formula, his entire body flew over in reverse, blocking in front of Yi Fan. Pooh! The sword of order mercilessly entered the space between his brows. He was like ice and snow under the scorching sun, melting along with the divine laws. His flesh and bones were melting. It was a sight too horrible to endure. In the end, his entire body exploded, turning into a bloody rain. His remains scattered in all directions, and his body and soul were completely destroyed. At the same time, Yi Fan also suffered the attacks of several other top-level figures. Blood flowed out from his mouth as he flew outwards. However, he still avoided a disaster of death in the end. This was a bitter battle. A rain of blood scattered down from the sky, and there were many broken bones. It was like an Azura battlefield. The sun and moon lost all radiance from the battle, and it was filled with the haze of death. Third immortal slaying Dao. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He finally encountered such an opponent. This was especially so since this opponent was an assassin from the mortal world. He didn't fight head-on but chose to assassinate him instead. This caused his situation to become even more unfavorable. At the center of his brows, a drop of golden blood dripped down. The sword of order didn't manage to pierce through, but the aura it exuded was enough to pierce through anyone else's immortal foundation. There was no time to waste. Every minute and every second was filled with death. This battle had already reached the climax, and to him, there was no path of retreat. He could only rush forward. Some wanted to seize the Qilin divine medicine seed, some wanted to act on behalf of the Heaven Prince and Yuan Gu, and there were also some who wanted to kill Yi Fan. An example was the Killer God dynasty. Yi Fan roared in a low voice. The golden blood he spilled transformed into a supreme sword qi that pierced through the experts in all directions. Many of them died in the air. Bzz. Many experts joined forces and rushed forward. Tens of cracks appeared on Yi Fan's body. If he was an ordinary person, he would have long been reduced to dust. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as he was flung through the air. Fighting against so many future kings alone. Even if he dies, it's already a glorious death. The expert from the Blood Lightning King race was as majestic as a mountain. His blood-red hair draped over his shoulders and his entire body was enveloped in divine light. This was one of the few powerful enemies. Yi Fan had tried to kill him several times but failed. Instead, he was taken advantage of by the others, adding more injuries to his body. What the elite king from the Blood Lightning race said was the truth. Some of them would definitely become ancestral kings in the future. But now, even after joining forces, they still couldn't kill this enemy. This was truly a glorious battle achievement that shocked everyone. Moo! Everyone fought until their blood boiled. The expert from the Herculean Bull Devil race swayed his mountain-like body and rushed forward. He suddenly unleashed a ruthless attack, unleashing the barbaric bull wave that could destroy mountains and rivers, wanting to knock Yi Fan unconscious. Yi Fan shouted and the six-syllable mantra of Buddhism was used again. It was as if the universe had just been opened, and the sound of the absolute beginning streaked across. With a buzzing sound, heaven and earth trembled. In front of him, the elite of the Herculean Bull Devil race was covered in thick black fur. At this moment, he roared incessantly and his mountain-like demonic body rapidly cracked. Boom! He let out a loud cry unwillingly. In the end, he couldn't block this mantra and collapsed in the confrontation of the Tao sounds. He turned into a mass of flesh and broken bones and died a violent death. The people beside him were also annihilated in body and soul. In the void, a pair of thick and sturdy horns fell off and turned into two Tao axes. They were surrounded by endless Tao patterns and fell straight down. In the end, it still killed and injured Yi Fan. The two axes transformed from horns exploded beside Yi Fan's body, causing his body to shake violently and spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood. One of his feet was already at the gate of immortal foundation. Such a person's all-out attack was extremely terrifying and fatal. He would usually drag his enemies down with him. No one would be willing to fight like this. However, Yi Fan had no other choice. Right now, he had already gone berserk. It was impossible for him to not be stained by blood or suffer any injuries. He could only fight with his life on the line. At the side, the future immortal kings were all shocked. The Herculean bull devil race was the most valiant and powerful to such an extent. Yet, their final attack only caused the saint physique of the human race to cough out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Such a result caused the hearts of everyone to turn cold. An intense battle caused the heavens and earth to turn dark. A sinister wind howled as countless vengeful spirits gathered here. Yi Fan's entire body was filled with injuries as he fought in all directions. This battle was destined to shock the world. One person fought against so many experts and each of them was extremely powerful. Yet, Yi Fan actually managed to endure for such a long time without dying. Peak second-level Immortal Foundation experts, those who stood at the gate of the Tao Severing Realm, as well as those who had truly stepped into the Immortal Foundation realm. The combination of these people was sufficient to kill a terrifying immortal king. However, the saint physique of the human race rampaged about and didn't die from the start. Although his injuries worsened, he still didn't collapse. At the very end, many people felt their hair standing on end. They didn't understand the saint physique of the human race, but through this battle, they understood that the saint physique of the human race might not be weaker than the son of the ancient emperors. What sort of characters were the ancient sacred emperors? They represented the extremity of the Tao and were supreme existences. A single person could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, shocking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries, eternally invincible. Their descendants would inherit their incomparable bloodline after they reached the peak. In the process of growth, they might even surpass the ancient emperors when they were young. After all, the ancient emperors experienced numerous breakthroughs, as well as the baptism of tens of thousands of battles before they finally corroborated their Tao. Hence, they had the aptitude of the emperor and had a supreme bloodline. As for their descendants, they were born with this bloodline and were bestowed with terrifying strength. Their aptitude was extremely rare and incomparable. In the sky, there was a mist of blood everywhere. Pieces of broken bones floated about, surrounded by strange Tao runes. This battle caused ghosts to wail and gods to howl, the 9 heavens to wail. Yi Fan was indeed powerful. But being surrounded by so many powerful and terrifying people, even if he was the reincarnation of a war god, he would still be crippled. Even a king who has slashed his Tao for many years should have died long ago. His physique is too strong. Many people felt their hair standing on end. Yi Fan was in a difficult situation. His entire body was covered in blood. Although he staggered about, he didn't fall from the start. Moreover, he would occasionally display terrifying methods to kill the peak characters of the various races. Finally, the divine child of the mortal world bared his fangs for the second time. The sword of order flew out once more. The immortal light pointed at the back of Yi Fan's head, slashing apart the sky as it neared him. He was like a venomous snake that had been lying dormant the entire time. At the crucial moment, he would deliver a fatal blow. He was steady, accurate, and ruthless, seeking to kill in one strike. This was already someone at the Tao Severing Realm, a meticulous assassination, naturally unfathomable. He quickly and abruptly attacked, the immortal light almost about to split Yi Fan in half. A terrifying great crack appeared on his back, illuminating the entire sky dome. I was just waiting for you to appear. Divine light rushed into the heavens from the top of Yi Fan's head. It was as if a true dragon had leapt out, frightening all directions. His primordial spirit merged with the Tao and carried the cauldron out. The extreme sublimation, the Tai Chi reversed and turned into limitless, which was also the beginning of the Tao. It broke through the golden Tao body of the physical body and turned into a Tao point that transcended the world. The little golden person carried the small cauldron. It shone brilliantly and became the only thing between heaven and earth, accompanied by the rumbling sound of the great Tao. Time seemed to have stopped. Everyone's movements seemed to have slowed down, almost to a standstill. The little golden person carried the energy of all things cauldron, smashed the sword of order, and rushed towards the divine child of the mortal world. This was the second time Yi Fan had displayed this kind of Dao fruit on this ancient star. Everyone was shaken. They felt that their movements had become much slower in this space. The divine child of the mortal world roared. One couldn't help but admit that he was extremely powerful. After slashing the Dao 3 times, he possessed boundless divine might. His comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth was world-shaking. He opened his mouth and spat out an expanse of Dao light. This was the Dao he had cultivated for many years. He fought against the little golden person who had merged with the Dao, wanting to block this world-shocking attack. However, the primordial spirit merging with the Dao also contained the profundity of one weapon breaking 10,000 laws. The energy of all things pressed down, destroying all ancient weapons and divine laws. Suddenly Yi Fan felt extreme danger. There was an unforeseen event happening in his physical body. Someone was going to attack him. When this technique appeared, heaven and earth seemed to have stopped. Almost no one could break through the restriction. However, at this moment, someone was forcefully breaking through and was about to approach his physical body. There's actually such a person after slashing the Dao 3 times? Yi Fan's heart sank. The little golden person carried the cauldron and smashed down. The divine child of the mortal world's entire body collapsed. Only his primordial spirit and half a head escaped. Yi Fan couldn't chase after him. His physical body was about to be taken advantage of. He had no choice but to abandon everything here and quickly return to his body. The primordial spirit merging with the Dao and carrying the cauldron was extremely fast. Meanwhile, the enemy seemed to be restricted in this space and his movements were much slower. When he returned, he narrowly avoided a blow that would have destroyed his body and quickly retreated. It was also at this moment that the movements of the people around him became normal. All kinds of divine laws and weapons were as fast as lightning. There was also a person from the third immortal who had cut the Dao. He actually hadn't made a move all this time. Until now, his flesh shell was almost destroyed. It was said that there were as many experts as there were clouds in the myriad of races. Not all of the experts came from the royal families. It was just like the human cultivators. Some of the smaller races might also have exceptional experts. This was an expert who had successfully cut the Dao. He could fight against the ancient princes now. No one could say for sure how far he would go in the future. One had to know that some ancient emperors were born from small races. Then, they fought step by step and finally proved their Dao, achieving the divine might of the royal family. This person's attack didn't succeed. He immediately disappeared into the crowd and didn't attack again. Yi Fan couldn't care less about this. Now, he could only break through. This group of people were all at the same level. It would be a legend if he could kill all of them. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't kill 100 elite kings of this level by himself. There's only one chance left. At this moment, he suddenly unleashed a strange phenomenon. The golden bitter sea, green lotus, immortal king descending to the 9 heavens, beautiful land and mountains all appeared and connected together. It was still incomplete, but in a short moment, it emitted boundless light and divine power. Immediately, miserable screams came from the surroundings. The 11 people in front of him all seemed to have ascended. They turned into a rain of light and died just like that. Yi Fan rushed over and broke through the encirclement into the distance. He wanted to leave the battlefield. During this process, boundless laws attacked, covering the sky and covering the earth. After suffering the heavy attacks of so many experts, the connected phenomenon was originally about to disappear. At this moment, it suddenly collapsed. Another 5 people were swept in and dimmed along with the phenomenon. They were badly mutilated and died in the sky. A rain of blood flew everywhere. With a long tremble, ripples extended. A great cauldron appeared above Yi Fan's head. The 10,000 Dao Qi descended. He continued to rush out with the deity striking whip in hand. At this time, it was impossible to use the purple golden hammer in his body. Perhaps half a strike would exhaust his divine force, and then he could forget about fighting or escaping. At this moment, he couldn't even open the golden sacred domain. After fighting to this point and being attacked by over 100 experts, Even a divine child would collapse. This battle was equivalent to a rehearsal for the great battle against some of the future ancestral kings of the various races. Some of these people were destined to be existences of that level in the future. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan's physical body was about to collapse. He charged forward with great difficulty. With a pu sound, the 10,000 Dao Qi trembled. That dazzling man from the blood lightning royal race with blood hair draped over his shoulders was finally killed. Yi Fan brandished the deity striking whip in his hand. All of the pitch-black wings of the fallen winged race's Lu Dongfa were shattered. His entire body was also torn into pieces. Finally, he killed his way out of the encirclement. With the Rho formula under his feet, he rushed into the distance. After fighting the future kings alone, Yi Fan did not fall. He carved out a path of blood as he left, leaving behind a figure that made others tremble. This battle was destined to shake the world. It was a world-shocking achievement. A single person was able to escape unscathed under the siege of so many terrifying enemies. The world was going to be thrown into an uproar. Chapter 840. He actually killed so many people in this battle and killed his way out alone. This is far beyond our expectations. Qi Luo revealed an astonished expression. Old Saber Hancho was drenched in cold sweat, drenching his clothes. He knew that he had no hope of accomplishing this. This battle caused the heaven and earth to dim and ghosts to weep and gods to howl. A group of future kings suffered disastrous losses. Qi Luo was the first to give chase. Next, Huolin are also moved, leaving behind a blue silhouette. No one had expected that Yi Fan would be so daring as to not leave the divine city at all. After coughing out a mouthful of golden blood, he landed on the street and proceeded on foot. Many people were startled. What exactly did he want to do? With such great courage, he actually stopped in the divine city. Could it be that he wanted to fight and kill until corpses littered the ground? Yi Fan was very calm. He arrived at the Merak stone square using the line formula and pushed open the shabby door with a creak. He walked straight in. The people who chased after him were all stunned. No one dared to approach. There was a saint overseeing this place, so who would dare to go in and act wildly? Yi Fan greeted the gatekeeper and then found a place to sit cross-legged. Golden blood qi rose from his body and he turned into a statue of a deity. His appearance was solemn and dignified. Although the Nirvana scripture he obtained was only a simplified version, it was enough for him to cultivate with his physique. Inside the Merak Holy Land, golden blood qi was rising like a large steamer. Battle qi was rising and Yi Fan's body was constantly making noises as the various wounds on his body healed. In just 4 hours, he opened his eyes and restrained his blood qi. He was full of vigor again. After washing away the bloodstains in the spring, his whole body flickered with luster, looking strong and powerful. Yi Fan changed into a set of battle clothes and walked towards the gatekeeper. He greeted the gatekeeper and said, "I have disturbed Senior's peaceful cultivation time and time again. Today, I present you with a bottle of clear spring water. This is the best water for brewing tea." This was the divine spring from the forbidden ancient land. He was very familiar with it and brought it into the gatekeeper's room without the slightest regard. However, his heart was beating like a drum. This old man might be one of the survivors from back then. Would he go crazy after smelling the aura of the forbidden ancient land? It's been a long time since I've smelled this scent. The aged saint's voice was very fleeting. He took out a broken jar and handed it to Yi Fan. Enlightenment tea leaves. Among them, there were actually more than 10 pieces. This was a priceless divine tea, and this was especially true for those who had great accomplishments. These tea leaves were more precious than anything else. Yi Fan hurriedly went to boil some water. Drinking tea was a small matter, but being able to drink with this sage was more important. He really wanted to ask this old man to come out and hold the fort for him. If they really wanted to establish a religion, they would let this old man sit at the mountain gate. There was no need for any peerless defensive formations. One person was enough. Those who became saints in the post-primordial era were almost synonymous with invincibility. The divine spring water was already boiling. Yi Fan glanced at the broken tea jar and didn't dare to recklessly waste it. He only took out 2 leaves and placed them into the pot. A fragrance immediately pervaded the air. It was unknown how many pairs of eyes were watching from afar. They all felt a little scared after seeing this scene. Yi Fan had just been fighting a bloody battle in all directions, and in the next moment he ran here to find a saint to drink tea. At this moment, everyone in the divine city felt a headache. Even the ancient races felt a chill down their backs. They were deeply shocked and felt an indescribable lingering fear. In the end, Qi Luo still appeared. He entered the old territory of Merak and let out a hollow laugh outside the gatekeeper's room. He saluted the surviving saint of Merak. Yi Fan used this opportunity to probe. Although this old bastard hadn't become a saint yet, he probably wasn't far from it. Looking at his current posture, he could find some clues. Qi Luo entered the room with a sanctimonious appearance. This made Yi Fan's teeth itch. He wanted nothing more than to beat him up and kick him a couple of times. "Crybaby, what are you doing here? Aren't you going to establish a religion? I'll give you whatever you lack." Qi Luo was quite straightforward. "If I get involved with you guys, I'll most likely kill you all over the world. At that time, who knows how many Supreme Emperor weapons will come bearing down on our borders." Yi Fan shook his head. "The Celestial Court has long been annihilated. We don't want to restore it. We just need to break through the ancient halls of hell and the mortal world. You can do whatever you want with the rest." Qi Luo was quite straightforward. At the same time, he didn't regard himself as an outsider. He saluted the saint of Merak respectfully and then snatched a cup of tea from Yi Fan and slowly tasted it. The fragrance of the tea filled the air and spread very far, leaving one with an endless aftertaste. Using the divine spring in the life forbidden zone to brew enlightenment tea. This pot of tea is too precious. This is something the ancient great emperors often do. Qi Luo was almost intoxicated, but he didn't dare to lose his composure. He was very respectful to the saint of Merak and said some words that even Yi Fan couldn't hear clearly. The fragrance of the tea filled the air and drifted to the tranquil ancient street. Many peepers were almost intoxicated and had a dazed expression. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the gatehouse. This wasn't the first time he drank enlightenment tea, but this time was the most different. His heart was empty and he calmed down all of a sudden. He comprehended the various aspects of the battle just now and entered a wondrous state. Only after a long time did he come back to his senses. He poured the second cup of tea and began to taste it. He felt as if there were divine laws interweaving in his immortal platform. "Greetings, human saint." A sweet voice rang out. Hua Lin had arrived and respectfully saluted outside the gatehouse. The saint of Merak nodded and didn't say anything. Hua combed her sea-like shiny blue hair and walked in gracefully. "In the past, my father would boil a pot of enlightenment tea with the divine spring every day. He would silently gaze at the starry sky and often stay up all night. I couldn't help but come in when I smelled the familiar fragrance of the tea." She explained to the saint of Merak and forgave him for disturbing them. She was much more particular than Qi Luo. How extravagant, using the divine spring in the forbidden zone of life to boil enlightenment tea every day. So the ancient emperors are a habit inherited from the ancient emperors. Qi Luo was speechless. Unfortunately, that old tea tree seems to be inseparable from the undying mountain. My father wanted to plant it beside the fire Qilin cave, but it almost died and was sent back, Hua Lin said. Yi Fan almost spat out the tea in his mouth. That old tea tree was really pitiful. The undying heavenly emperor chopped down its trunk and used it as a coffin board. Moreover, when they entered the undying mountain more than 10 years ago, the big black dog had also said that great Emperor Wuxia had also tortured it. The old tea tree was sickly and almost died. It had no choice but to be planted back into the undying mountain. The ancient emperors have passed away, and the ancient emperors have also passed away. After a terrifyingly long period of time, nothing exists anymore. Only the enlightenment tea and the other immortal herbs are still alive, the saint of Merak said. This shocked Yi Fan. That was right, the world had changed and time had changed. It seemed like the only living things that could truly live forever in this world were the immortal divine herbs. Was this the reason why even the ancient emperors would have one? They were searching. Can I have a taste? Hualin's eyes were misty, and it was unknown whether she was acting or revealing her true feelings. She said, "In the past, my father would boil it for me every day, but I was too lazy to drink it. Now, I can only think of him through the fragrance of the tea." "Please sit. Come, slowly taste the tea. Tell me some stories about the ancient emperors as payment." Yi Fan poured her a cup of tea. He wanted to hear what kind of existence the ancient emperors were. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. My father only had me and my youngest brother in his later years. My deceased brother was 12,000 years older than us, and we couldn't feel the majesty and unattainability of our father like others. He was only a loving father and was no different from ordinary people." Hualin faintly smiled. She then quietly drank the tea and didn't say anything else. Even if there were some secrets, she wouldn't speak of them. Yi Fan was stunned. How many pairs of siblings could have a difference of 12,000 years between them? Just how many years did they have to live to have such children? The sky darkened. Hualin spoke again, wanting to exchange the Qilin medicine with Yi Fan, but she was still rejected. She then left gracefully. Yi Fan and Qi Luo also bid their farewells and left Merak Stone Square. They disappeared into the night and disappeared from the divine city. At this moment, no one stopped them. Today, the entire eastern wasteland was shaken. The young experts of the ancient races were stunned. The human saint physique slaughtered everything in his path. He was invincible and no one could stop him. The commotion spread. Many people were discussing this matter, causing a huge uproar. Is the human saint physique really so powerful? Can it be compared to the ancient princes? This is really unexpected. Hualin didn't fight against her. What is that girl planning? Not even hundreds of great experts could kill him. If he could sever his Tao, he would be invincible under the heavens in an era without saints. Regardless of whether it was the ancient races or the human race, all the cultivators were in heated discussion. The heavenly village was a small world no one knew about. The villagers looked very ordinary. They worked at sunrise and rested at sunset, living an ordinary and simple life. However, after Yi Fan activated the heavenly eye, he discovered something strange. Even the children walking on the road were silent. This had already become a habit of theirs. Not far away, the children who were playing hide and seek appeared and disappeared unpredictably. This was the unique movement technique of assassins. After dinner, several elders sat on a large blue stone in front of the village and chatted. If they didn't speak, there would be no signs of life. Not far away, some people returned from hunting in the depths of the mountains. They were like specters, blending into the world and becoming a habit. Yi Fan was in a daze. This was a village of assassins. That kind of instinct had penetrated deep into their bones and had already become a habit. This is the only small world created by the ancient sages of the celestial court. The others have all been destroyed, said Qi Luo. There were very few people in the heavenly village. There were only 40 to 50 families and a little more than 100 people. Yi Fan had long since prepared his heart. If the celestial court was prosperous enough, they wouldn't have found him. Moreover, they had endured in hell and the human world until now. Actually, you don't need to run to the Jade Stone Square to drink tea. There's no need to make me feel apprehensive. I won't harm you, said Qi Luo with narrowed eyes. Elder Qi, someone in the outside world killed a great completion king-level expert of the human world and is clamoring for the Qilin medicine. A villager came over and reported honestly. What, so fast? Who did this, getting rid of such a big fish? Yi Fan was shocked. It's someone from the Divine Silkworm Ridge, said Qi Luo. The Divine Silkworm Taoist walked in the human world in a drunken state. An old Taoist followed behind him to protect him, fearing that something would happen to him. And this time, it was this old Taoist from the Divine Silkworm Ridge who took action and killed a great completion king-level expert of the human world. The human world is in trouble. After the Divine Silkworm race kills someone, they can use the silk-reeling cocoon secret technique to search for those who have come into contact with them. Who knows, they might be able to find the ancient palace of the human world. Qi Luo chuckled and said, The divine silkworm race's immortal medicine has also been lost. They have taken root in the ancient abyss. Are they going to fight for the Qilin medicine with the fire Qilin cave? Good shows are coming one after another. The ancient races have only appeared not long ago. How do you know their secret technique? As an assassin, I have to keep up with the times, said Qi Luo proudly. In truth, Yi Fan really wanted to smack him after seeing his expression. If I couldn't beat those people in the Divine City and couldn't break out of the encirclement, would you have just stood by and watched? This kind of assumption is meaningless. Qi Luo shook his head. Number one in the world? Your celestial court is too arrogant. Yi Fan didn't hold back and pointed out the age of the great ancient emperor. In that era, there was a celestial court, but there was no master of the celestial court, answered Qi Luo seriously. Yi Fan pointed out without any trace of politeness. He had seen the last master of the celestial court. He had died in an undignified manner and didn't seem like the style of a peerless expert. He told him everything he had seen at the sacred cliff. Qi Luo was silent for a long time after listening and said, "The great completion Saint Physique was possessed by a devil spirit and grew green hair. He needed great Emperor Wu Shi to suppress it. The master of the celestial court who was on the verge of death was killed by such an existence. It wasn't shameful at all." The two talked for a long time. In the end, Yi Fan took out the scepter of the celestial court and the human skin scripture. Immediately, a monstrous murderous aura surged. Qi Luo was finally excited after seeing these two items. His body was trembling. He stretched his hands forward and held up the two sacred items with trembling hands. "I've finally seen the sacred items of our ancestors again." He couldn't help but burst into tears again. "Don't cry. I want to step on your face when I see you cry." Yi Fan was in a bad mood. "Sigh, I was too excited and forgot myself." "Ah." Qi Luo laughed loudly. The contrast between before and after was too great. "This weapon." Yi Fan endured the bone-piercing chill and raised the golden scepter. It was incomparably gloomy, like a supreme divine treasure that could suppress the underworld. "There's no need to show it to me. It's just like this. Even if you find a few more saints, it will still be the same. The higher the cultivation, the greater the saint power," Qi Luo said. He clearly stated that there was no real seal. Yi Fan already knew that this was a sacred weapon that had been passed down from generation to generation. Moreover, it should have been refined by someone above the great sage level. However, he had never taken it out to use. That was because this scepter was very special. No matter how powerful one's own strength was, it would be able to display the divine might of the corresponding realm. He had found a few people to try to unseal it, but they all failed. Back then, my celestial court had other sacred weapons. Unfortunately, they were all taken away. This scepter has a special meaning. Without a cultivation above the great sage level, one is not worthy of using it. This state is for the sake of inspiring future generations. Only when one is compatible with it can one wield it and display a divine might capable of destroying the heaven and earth. Qi Luo was full of heroic spirit. Then he lowered his voice and said, "The Alcade has the black gold cauldron with dragon patterns. It was born from the heaven and earth. This scepter of ours is also the same. It has a secret that even the ancient great sage went crazy over." Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Then he asked again. Unfortunately, Qi Luo's knowledge was limited. In the end, Qi Luo held the human skin scripture and said with a trembling voice, "Did you know? This not only records the most crucial part of my celestial court's great killing technique, but it is also the most terrifying weapon." "It's a weapon?" Yi Fan was astonished. "Naturally, it is the Book of Time. It was refined by one of my sect's patriarchs using his own quasi-emperor skin. The Book of Time." These 4 words shocked Yi Fan until he was stupefied. He could tell just from hearing it that it was endlessly frightening. According to legend, one of the celestial court's masters ate an immortal medicine and lived 2 lives. He truly cultivated the Xing formula and touched upon the domain of time. Could it be that this human skin was refined into a supreme secret treasure called the Book of Time? Chapter 841. The Book of Time was more than a foot long. It was squarish and almost transparent with specks of luster. It was mysterious and strange, making people feel uneasy. Time was difficult to erase. This kind of human skin was also known as the skin of a god. It was impervious to all tribulations and emitted a shocking murderous aura that could almost break one's bones and muscles. There were many densely packed characters carved on both sides. Ordinary people couldn't see them clearly because the characters were very small. These ancient characters were written in silver lines and were as vigorous as an azure dragon or an iron snake. It was as if millions of swords were glued to the surface and a clanking sound could be heard throughout the ages. At this moment, it was as if one was standing in a land of ice. The cold was bone-piercing as if they were facing millions of wailing gods. The ancient sage's skin flickered with a sparkling luster. Qi Luo pointed out with his finger. Smoke and clouds flowed, but the divine skin didn't move in the slightest. He lightly shouted and a mouthful of innate essence gushed out, turning into multicolored splendor that sprinkled on the skin. Qi! Finally, some small characters emitted light like little dragons moving about. They were dazzling as each stroke cut through the void. It's not like this. Qi Luo frowned. He then opened his mouth and spat out 3 mouthfuls of milky white innate essence which sprinkled on the translucent human skin. Wang! This world was like a sealed box. The inside of it began to sway as hundreds of small characters lit up on the divine skin. They were all branded in the void, each and every one of them translucent. Yi Fan was astonished. He felt an indescribable power as if time was changing. This place was a bit chaotic. Qi Luo was struggling. His brows were locked tightly together as hundreds of small characters floated in the air and surrounded him. He left the ground and wanted to wave them around, but he found that they wouldn't listen to his commands. It's still not working. These small characters won't obey my summons. I can't use their power. When he absorbed the multicolored splendor and swallowed the innate essence back into his body, the small characters were once again branded on the translucent human skin and calmed down. Over 10,000 small characters were written in silver lines. Every stroke was a type of time talisman. With so many small characters together, it was a type of heaven-defying power. However, normal people couldn't activate it. When over 10,000 symbols appeared, they would form a time node, changing the trajectory of time. Incomparably terrifying things would happen within its range. This is Quasi-Emperor's secret treasure. Without reaching the Saint Realm, it's difficult to comprehend. It doesn't contain a deity, but rather requires a type of aura to activate, Qi Luo said. Secret treasures were different from other weapons. They had their own unique ways of using them. They weren't ordinary weapons, but some of them possessed incredible power, capable of destroying the universe and collapsing the heavens. The master of the celestial court, who has lived 2 lives, is indeed impressive. To be able to create such a secret artifact and dare to call it the Book of Time, there must be something extraordinary about it, Yi Fan said. Back in those days, the master of the celestial court wielded a supreme scepter in one hand and the Book of Time in the other. He was invincible and unstoppable in the world. The number of people in the world who could block 10 moves from him couldn't even exceed one hand. Zyro sighed. This is the skin of Quasi-Emperor. After consuming the undying medicine, he became a supreme Dao fruit. Yi Fan flipped it around and looked at it. Holding it felt like holding a steel needle in his hand. His entire body was in pain and it was difficult to grasp it. If it wasn't refined into a secret treasure, there was no way to hold it in one's hand. The killing Dao laws contained within might injure those near it. Yi Fan tried repeatedly. In the end, the tiny golden figure in the space between his brows stepped out and sat cross-legged on the 1-foot square divine skin. It circulated the aspect formula and soared into the sky with a swoosh. Qi Luo's eyes almost popped out. He hurriedly chased after it. Very soon, light flashed and the tiny golden figure bared its fangs. It leaped up and rapidly entered the immortal platform. How was it? What did you experience just now? Yi Fan opened his eyes and felt waves of pain in the space between his brows. It was as fast as flowing light, but it still didn't involve time. It was as painful as being pricked by a needle. All of a sudden his expression changed. Something's not right. It felt like time paused for an instant. Maybe it would be of great use in the future. After that, he repeatedly practiced and tried. Tiny characters floated up from the 1-foot square divine skin, engulfing the tiny golden figure as it sped through the space between heaven and earth. Sadly, there's only an instant of time. It's so fast that it's hard to make use of it, Yifan said. There's still a place for us to create battle machines. If we use them well, we'll be able to deal a fatal blow, Qiluo said. He had also tried it many times. Yifan nodded. This secret treasure was too high grade. It was an artifact that could only be used by characters at the saint level and above. One could imagine the graceful bearing of the Lord of the Celestial Court when he wielded the scepter in one hand and the Book of Time in the other. After a very long time, the two of them sat down on a large piece of green and began to discuss in detail. In the heavenly village, they had the secret method of the Celestial Court, but they were missing a crucial part, which was this piece of quasi-emperor's human skin. The core information was recorded on it. Of course, the core lacked branches and leaves, and there were no detailed rules for expansion, so it couldn't be considered perfect. Only when the two were put together would they form the true inheritance of the Celestial Court. As for the line, character secret, that was another matter. Only the few leaders of the Celestial Court could cultivate it, so it wasn't counted in this piece of scripture. It was the art of the cult. On that very day, the two of them completed the Celestial Court scripture. It could be said that this piece of scripture was shocking and could even be considered bloody. It was purely a way to prove one's Tao through killing. Without a doubt, this kind of inheritance wasn't suitable for Yifan. It wasn't quite the same as the path he had taken. He only killed his enemies, but the Celestial Court treated killing as a kind of instinct and habit. However, after careful study and observation, many laws of Tao were very enlightening, allowing one to comprehend by analogy. As for the secret technique, it could be used. Qiluo spoke frankly. He wasn't too far away from becoming a saint. In the future, he might be able to set foot in that domain and truly challenge hell and the human world. Do they really have a saint killer? Yifan asked. An assassin becoming a saint was a relatively serious and terrifying matter. Proving one's Tao through killing wasn't something to be casually said. In a true life and death battle, a saint killer could kill off many people of the same level. It's very difficult to become a saint in this world, but since they've made a comeback, how would they dare to show themselves without confidence? Qiluo said with a frown. In the heavenly village, there were about 120 people of all ages and genders. It wasn't a lot, but they were all natural-born assassins. That kind of instinct had melded into their bones. Yifan felt that if he found a mountain to establish a cult and dragged these people over, the foundation would be complete in an instant. This was a ready-made framework, so he didn't need to spend much effort. As for Qiluo, he was originally passionate about building the Celestial Court and wanted to destroy hell and the human world. If he was asked to do the hard work, he would definitely fulfill his duty. You've passed the heavenly village's test and can now be considered the divine son of the Celestial Court, Qiluo said. To hell with the divine son. No matter how I hear it, it sounds like I'm going to be ripped off. I've even personally killed one, so I definitely won't fall for it. Yifan shook his head. Could it be that you want to directly become the master of the Celestial Court? Right now, you're too far away from being number one under the heavens, Qiluo said with a glare. 2 days later, Yifan brought the Black Emperor, Li Tian, and Yen Ishi over and entered the heavenly village together. Brat Yi doesn't want to be the divine son, but I'm willing to. I'll throw caution to the wind and use my identity as the master of a cult to temporarily join the Celestial Court. Li Tian cried out in surprise. After that, he searched everywhere and said, if there's a divine son, there must be a peerless goddess, right? Please come out and let me take a look. There is indeed a goddess whose beauty can cause the downfall of cities and states. In the future, she will marry the divine son, Qiluo said with narrowed eyes. Where? Let me take a look. Li Tian patted his chest and said, he was definitely going to become the divine son, and no one should snatch it from him. Not long after, a beautiful middle-aged woman carried a baby girl over. She was just a little over a year old and adorable. She was holding a milk bottle and making smacking noises. Divine Son, Divine Son. The little fellow's words were unclear, but her smile was very cute. There was still baby fat on her face as she stretched out her hand and called out. *CK, this is the goddess. Old man, are you playing with me? Li Tian immediately became dispirited and drooped his head. Divine Son, your brother. The little girl stretched out her hand and didn't seem to be afraid of strangers at all as she smiled at the group of people. Hey, brat, I'm calling you big brother. Why aren't you coming forward? The Black Emperor prodded Li Tian and knocked him forward with his butt. Li Tian received the little girl and directly passed her to Yi Fan. He said, hug your goddess well. He said righteously, saying that he was the master of a sect and couldn't be the divine son of the celestial court anymore. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The little girl was very cute. She blinked her big eyes and held a pacifier in her mouth as she smiled at them continuously. She stretched out her pink little hands and called them big brother one by one. It was unknown whether it was because she had been taught well in her daily life or because she was naturally sweet with words, but she wasn't afraid of them at all when they met for the first time. She even wanted to pull the large black dog's ear. 20 years later, little K will be a peerless beauty and will kill all those dragons, phoenixes, divine sons, and goddesses. Qi Luo was full of confidence as he said to Yi Fan and the others, little K is not an ordinary child. Even if there is no one else, she will be able to level all the younger generation in hell and the human world by herself in the future. Little K nodded seriously as if she was acting. Yi Fan discovered that this little baby girl was indeed a little special. She was so young, but she was already connected with the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. She was cultivating all the time. What kind of physique is this? The Black Emperor came forward and couldn't help but ask. She is born with a celestial root and is suitable for cultivation. She doesn't necessarily have to have a special physique. For example, Yao Guang Saint is said to have a mortal physique, but it is more powerful than many king physiques. It is also like the great ancient emperors. Other than a few individuals, who knows what kind of physique they have? You don't have any divine sons, right? I will give you one. Li Tian released little Tong from his artifact. The moment the little fellow appeared, he opened his little mouth and cried. He immediately ran to Yi Fan's side and cried, calling him master. He was afraid that Li Tian would lock him up again. These days he was really bored to death. He had been reading some boring books all day and reciting them non-stop. All right, you can stay outside from now on. Yi Fan, the master, said very irresponsibly. This child is very special. Qi Luo stared at little Tong. Of course he was special. The little fellow's whole body was glowing like a little sun, which made the little baby girl beside him very curious. She squeaked, her face full of smiles. I won't cry, Liv mumbled, blinking her large eyes. Everyone was speechless. This baby girl was so young, so what did she know? Did she really think she was a goddess? She was smiling and comforting her nephew who was older than her? Creating a sect is very troublesome. Elder Qi, I will leave the rear to you. I have to bring some people in. We are severely lacking in manpower now, Yi Fan said. Where are you going? Qi Luo asked. I will make a trip to the Middle State. There are 2 people that I will feel uneasy if I don't capture and bring them in, Yi Fan said. Who is it? The few of them were shocked. Godly diviner, and that disciple of his. On that very day, Yi Fan and the others set off. The large black dog clamored. Back then he had been ambushed. Perhaps godly diviner's shadow had played a role in it. This time, he wanted to settle the score thoroughly. Of course, there was another important reason why Yi Fan wanted to settle the score with godly diviner and his disciple. He wanted to find out whether Pang Bo and the others were still alive, and where they were now. He wanted to find all his old friends. Wait a moment, invite the old blind man over. Let this old swindler deal with godly diviner first. No matter what, we have to find the sect. We can't leave without even a trace. In the end, the old blind man was invited out of the mountain, and they crossed to the Middle State together. They entered the Sky Evolution mountain range. This was a very strange place. There were countless stone mountains, and they were arranged in a very orderly manner. Yi Fan and the others stood in the sky and looked down. They were instantly stunned. This was a natural 8 trigrams diagram. There were thousands of towering mountains, and they were arranged together like an 8 trigrams diagram. The mighty power of nature had formed such a strange landscape. Chapter 842. The mountains rose and fell, 1,000 peaks towering, forming a Xianxia 8 trigrams. It was engraved on the ground, extremely grand. Stone mountains dominated the area. Occasionally, ancient trees would take root between the rocky peaks, making the place even more verdant. The fragrance of 1 or 2 orchids filled the valley, making it extremely tranquil. The group ventured several dozen kilometers in, but none of them dared to be careless. Master Godly Diviner could be considered a genius of his generation, and the place he lived in seclusion was very strange. If they entered the strange door by mistake, they might get lost. The mysteries of heaven were unclear and everything was in chaos. This was the result of the old blind man's divination with the tortoise shell several times. He couldn't tell what was going on, and it was like a place where heaven and earth had yet to be created. The tomb robber didn't come. Otherwise, I would have let him dig the robber's hole. With my guidance, the journey would be smooth, the Black Emperor said. After advancing for more than 100 li, the fog began to rise. Moreover, it was extremely dense, and no one could be seen within a few meters. It was extremely strange. The mountain was completely silent, without the slightest sound. Amongst them, Yi Fan was not the only one who had cultivated the heavenly eye. The Black Emperor's third vertical eye could also see hundreds of miles away, but at this moment he could not see through it. The gray mist rose very strangely, as if it had arrived at the Yellow Springs Road, approaching the 9 underworlds step by step, about to push open a forbidden door. Why do I feel like he's digging his own grave? Step by step towards the underworld, Li Tian said. Yes, it's like we've stepped onto a path of no return. We're about to open the gates of hell. Yen Ishi also had this misconception. There was no path in front of them. A door appeared, waiting for them to push it open. Everyone's pores were filled with cold air, and their bodies were shivering. A door really appeared? Blind Old Man's heart sank. He tried divination again, but it was to no avail. This is an ancient formation that conceals the mysteries of heaven, the large black dog said. He bared his teeth, feeling like he had met his match, and began to carefully study the formation. Open up your goddess furnace. The human race's great sage's weapon can isolate heaven's mysteries. The blind old man was unconvinced. He had Yen Ishi take out the furnace and start a divination. The saint furnace was simple and natural. But as soon as it was activated, it began to sparkle and translucent, transforming from the mundane to the beautiful. The tortoiseshell fell down. Crackling sounds rang out as the divination finally appeared. The road ahead is a great omen. Old Blind frowned. He's not simple. This person is proficient in formation patterns and ancient techniques. He'll be a good opponent, the large black dog said. His expression became serious. It isn't as simple as the formation patterns. He can indeed calculate, already knowing that we have arrived. The old blind man said, from ancient to modern times, there were many formation patterns, but those who obtained their essence were too few. Divine Diviner was, without a doubt, an exceptional individual who had reached perfection. He could change heaven and earth. I've met my match. The large black dog bared his teeth and forcefully smashed open the door in front of him. It was as if he had opened the door to the netherworld. All sorts of cries and wails traveled over from the front. Everything is fake. Don't worry, everyone. Watch how I break it. The large black dog threw in all kinds of formation flags as well as phoenix soil, star stones, and other necessary materials to breach the formation. After waiting for a long time, the door disappeared, revealing a vast expanse in front of them. Even the mist had thinned, revealing a stone forest. There is no formation that cannot be broken. The Black Emperor boasted shamelessly. Be careful. He can divine the mysteries of heaven, so he knows more than this. Yi Fan reminded him, warning him not to get carried away. The large black dog walked in arrogantly. He raised his head and said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of this." They all looked at each other. Was this dog reliable? With his behavior, there shouldn't be any problems if he followed them in, right? Woof woof woof. In just an instant, the large black dog's black fur stood on end. As if he had been struck by lightning, he fled. Woof, it's haunted. The large black dog fled for his life. His bald tail was raised very high. If he hung a flag on it, it would become a flagpole. Clatter clatter. The iron chains rattled violently, and an old woman with disheveled hair rushed out from the depths of the stone forest. Her 4 limbs had been pierced by the chains, and she chased after the Black Emperor. Her white hair danced in the wind, and her expression was sinister. Howl! The Black Emperor howled in pain. His bald tail had been grabbed and bitten by the old woman, and all the fur on his body stood on end. Boom! Upon seeing this, Yi Fan hurriedly took action. He activated the diamond chakram, and it transformed into the size of a millstone. It shone with a bright silver light, and it smashed into the old woman's body. Clatter, clatter! The iron chains rattled incessantly, and the old woman was sent flying. She crashed into the depths of the stone forest, but her body did not break into 2. Instead, she let out a low roar. The Black Emperor was so frightened that he fled for his life. The black fur on his body stood on end, and he said, "That scared me to death. Why did she suddenly appear?" They were all speechless. This bastard had definitely asked for this. Just then, he had been full of confidence and boasting shamelessly, but in the end, he was chased out with his butt in his hands. I was bitten by a person. After the Black Emperor calmed down a little, he immediately stomped his feet in exasperation and said, "How many tens of thousands of years has it been? No one has ever dared to bite me." This was indeed true. Normally, he was the one who had bitten people. Even when Yi Fan had first met him, he had been bitten by dogs many times. There had been a time when his resentment had reached the heavens. "Bite me again." I was bitten by a ghost. Could it be that I would go bite a ghost? The Black Emperor was rather indignant, and then said, "Our profession is not suitable. We should have called that grave robber over. This is his field of expertise." Li Tian mumbled, "Why did I hear that it was just treat it as if you were bitten by a dog? Could it be that you would still bite a dog? That should be the case." "What do you mean?" The large black dog bared his teeth and gave Li Tian a bite. Why did you bite me? That old woman is waiting for you to bite her. Stop messing around, we have fallen into the godly diviner's trap. How is this a stone forest? This is an underground cave, the blind old man said. Yi Fan's heart trembled, and he carefully observed with his heavenly eye. He then sucked in a breath of cold air. The formation patterns were actually so miraculous that even the heavenly eye could be deceived. This was definitely a peerless divine formation. Unknowingly, they had entered the underground world. This was an incomparably eerie cave, and there was a stone room ahead. An old woman was chained up like a malicious spirit, and she was continuously struggling, wanting to rush over. I was tricked. It was true that we broke through the formation just now, but the main thing was that we were teleported underground after taking a step, and the surrounding illusions confused us, the Black Emperor said. This is an ancient corpse. It was incredibly powerful when it was alive, but it turned into a ghost soldier and was imprisoned here. This mountain region is truly not simple, the blind old man said. The teleportation formation is in the old woman's stone room, and that is the only way out of the ancient formation. We must kill her in order to escape from this underground world, the Black Emperor said. Leave it to me, Xianxia said. He held the goddess furnace in his hand, and with a light shake, the ancient great sage's weapon slowly awakened. Then, a wisp of fiery light shot out. Boom! This old woman was a king tier who had reached the advanced level when she was alive, and after turning into a ghost soldier, her physical body had become shockingly tough. However, under the power of the goddess furnace, she was instantly turned into dust. When they returned to the surface again, it was still covered in thick mist, and the sky couldn't be seen at all. It was as if they had arrived in the underworld. I will focus 120% of my attention. This time, there won't be any mistakes, the Black Emperor said. They weren't worried. After all, with the goddess furnace in their hands, the weapon that Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor helped the path of carnal desire ancestor refine, even if it wasn't the strongest under Emperor weapons, it wasn't too far off. Not simple. Chaotic energy curls about, and this place is about to become a primitive land, the blind old man said. This is the place where the dragon veins converge. Yi Fan's heart moved and he said, "Let me lead the way." After speaking, he walked forward. Origin heavenly Tao patterns flickered beneath his feet, and the great earth was actually changing positions, continuously shifting. All types of formation patterns were broken down. The Black Emperor was dumbstruck and he said, "Brat, not bad, you can actually break through the divine formation like this. You must lend me the Origin Heavenly Book to take a look." "Have you reached the level of the Yuan Taoist master?" the blind old man asked in shock. "There's still a long way to go, and even reaching that level isn't the end. I've seen Ancestor Zhang Lin's origin techniques, and they definitely surpass the Yuan Taoist masters. At that level, origin techniques have already become Tao laws, and can be compared to saints." At this moment, Yi Fan transformed into mountains, rivers, and veins of the earth. The mountains rumbled and continuously shifted, forming a large path. The scene was astonishing. Only at the very end did he stop, not daring to act rashly. The formation patterns in front of him were too profound, and he still wasn't the Yuan Taoist master, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Heavens, this is a corner of the formation patterns of a great emperor. Godly diviner actually knows so much. The Black Emperor was astonished. He thought hard for a long time before making his move. The large black dog was determined this time, and directly carved out a corner of the Wu Shi killing formation. He attacked with great force, wanting to break through this densely packed formation patterns. Within this mountain range, the aura of an ancient great emperor spread out, and a boundless killing intent rose up, sweeping through the 9 heavens. This is going to be difficult. This old bastard really knows a lot. He's using all kinds of famous formations from ancient and modern times to bring out the full potential of the great emperor's formation patterns. The large black dog stood up in a pair of large flowery underpants. He crossed his chest with one paw, and stroked his chin with the other as he pondered for a long time. Boom. However, right at this moment, the ancient formation patterns in front of him suddenly disappeared. The 2 mountains moved apart, and a large path appeared. Moreover, all of the mist in the mountains disappeared. He's given up on defense? Could it be that he's admitting defeat? The Black Emperor was extremely surprised, and he was afraid that there was a trap. At the end of the path, a pair of children walked over timidly and said in a soft and meek voice, "Don't attack anymore. Ancestor invites you in." This was a boy and a girl, both of them around 11 or 12 years old. They wore Taoist robes, and their lips were red and teeth white. They were extremely beautiful, and there was a type of innate spiritual qi about them. They didn't seem like mortals, but rather like Taoist children of the celestial realm. These 2 people. The old blind man immediately paled, and he almost pounced over to hug the 2 children, scaring the pair of Taoist children so much that they immediately retreated in fear. "What's wrong?" Yi Fan asked. "These are a pair of spiritual children, and they were born to deduce the mysteries of heaven. It's a rare sight that only appears once in thousands of generations. These 2 children live together, and even if they reveal the mysteries of heaven, they still have a way to resist the tribulation," the old blind man said excitedly. This pair of boy and girl were beautiful and tender, and they looked like a pair of brother and sister. Because the corners of their eyes and the tips of their brows were very similar, they both took a few steps back when they heard this, feeling a bit scared. "Ancestor invites you in." They spoke softly. Divine Diviner really isn't simple. He could even find spiritual children of this level. Truly heaven-defying. The old blind man sighed in admiration. There weren't any majestic palaces ahead, and even more so, there weren't any vast caves. This was a peaceful Pure Land, and the scenery was extremely beautiful. Flowing springs, flying waterfalls, verdant wisteria, little bridges, and small pavilions. It was as if they had returned to nature. In the depths of a bamboo forest, there were a few thatched cottages. It was as if they had returned to their natural state, and it was as if they were in an otherworldly paradise. In front of the thatched cottage, there was an old Taoist with white hair and a beard. He sat on a prayer mat, and when he saw them, he stood up and said, "Esteemed guests, please forgive me for not being able to welcome you earlier." This was definitely an extraordinary person of his generation. There was a kind of celestial aura about him, and he was untainted by the mortal world. It was as if he didn't belong to this mortal world. They had originally come here to denounce him, but at this moment, they were all strangely calm. Divine Diviner invited them to sit down and said, "I know why you've come." "Of course you know," the large black dog said. "Your bloodline has schemed against us in every possible way, and today, the day of reckoning has come." The old Taoist sighed and said, "The person you're looking for is the father of these two children. He's already passed away 2 years ago." Tears instantly welled up in the eyes of the beautiful brother and sister behind him, and they used their loose Taoist robes to wipe away their tears. They appeared very weak and pitiful. Years ago, one of Divine Diviner's disciples had made countless divinations about Yi Fan, and if Pang Bo hadn't returned the god's striking whip to him in time to conceal his aura, he would have been captured by the people of the Yin Yang sect. "Who are you trying to fool? How could there be such a coincidence?" The Black Emperor didn't believe him. "I won't lie," Divine Diviner said dejectedly. "There are some things in this world that cannot be divined, and there are some mysteries of heaven that cannot be revealed. Otherwise, I will definitely suffer the wrath of heaven." The blind old man nodded. He was a person in this field, so he was naturally well aware of the various taboos involved. "I'm also about to suffer a tribulation soon. Most likely, after you leave, a great calamity will descend upon this place. I've been cautious my entire life, but in the end, I've still revealed some heavenly secrets and said things that I shouldn't have said. As such, I'm about to face a tribulation. These two children can pass on my mantle, and you can take them with you. Please treat them well." Yi Fan and the others stared blankly. They had never imagined that they would hear Divine Diviner's final words. It was completely different from their original intentions. As of this moment, they felt a bit of reverence in their hearts. This was definitely a genius of a generation. Ignoring the level of his cultivation base, just his ability to divinate the mysteries of heaven was enough to shake the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. "Ancestral Master, don't leave us behind. Father is already gone. Woo!" The two children began to wail. Of the dozen or so disciples that Divine Diviner had taught, almost none of them had a good ending. Only 2 or 3 of them were still alive, but they were all in dire straits. "It was my fault," Divine Diviner said. "I only took a fancy to their talent, but didn't pay attention to their temperaments. None of them were the type of people who could control themselves. They divined the mysteries of heaven, but couldn't keep it a secret. Once word got out, disaster descended upon them." Divine Diviner seemed transcendent, and as tears rolled down his face, it was a strange sight to behold. The father of these two children was his youngest disciple, a man with incredible talent and aptitude. Because he had received a great favor from the Yin Yang sect, he had divined everything about Yi Fan over 10 years ago, and had helped them. Divining a person shouldn't lead to the wrath of the heavens, right? Why did he die just like that? "Divining a person isn't a problem," Master God Diviner said with a sigh. He divined a forbidden area, and met with a calamity. The patriarch of King Yuan's bloodline in the northern domain was just 1 step away from becoming the 6th Yuan Taoist master in history. But then, something bad happened to him in his later years. 2 years ago, in the middle of the night, all kinds of wailing and ghostly cries resounded in their family. That ancestor disappeared, and my father was asked to help with the divination. In the end, in the middle of the night, sob sob, the two children cried as they spoke. "Yuan Taoist Master." Yi Fan's heart trembled. It was a curse that was very difficult to break. After all these years, someone who had been just 1 step away from reaching that level had met with a calamity in his later years. Yi Fan's heart was pounding. In this world, there are some things that you can't say irresponsibly, Master God Diviner said sadly. Has your disciple divined all of the secrets of the Yuan Taoist master's later years? What other mysteries of heaven did you reveal that led to a calamity? All of them were very anxious. I couldn't stand the loneliness, Master God Diviner said. I divined the secrets of the primeval emperor, and that caused a calamity. As soon as the words left his mouth, an enormous bolt of lightning descended from the sky, destroying the thatched cottage and leaving behind a terrifying, bottomless black hole. The two children were so frightened that they began to cry, trembling like frightened deer. They hugged each other, looking very pitiful. See? My great calamity is coming, and I'll face it at any moment. Master God Diviner chuckled, as if he could see through everything in the world, and then looked up into the boundless sky. Chapter 843. The few of them felt their hair stand on end as they stared at the gigantic hole in the ground. They then glanced at each other in dismay. This was like a bolt of lightning on a sunny day, strange and mysterious. The thatched cottage had been completely destroyed, leaving behind only a pitch-black cave that led deep underground. Master Godly Diviner had long since seen through life and death. He looked up at the boundless sky, where countless secrets were hidden. He let out a long sigh. He was finally going to be free and end everything. The ancient emperors had long since died, and there was ample evidence in the world. However, the cultivation realms and domains they had set foot in were filled with countless secrets, hidden by the heavens. Just now, Master Godly Diviner had only mentioned it briefly and hadn't divulged any heavenly secrets, yet there were already such terrifying consequences. Yi Fan thought of the heavenly tribulation, the palaces that resembled ancient heaven, as well as the human-shaped lightning. It truly made one's imagination run wild. Ancestor, don't leave us behind. The two children stood beside Master Godly Diviner, shaking his arms. Their faces were filled with terror. The two of you are spiritual children born together, one male and one female, one yang and one yin. You can help each other reduce calamities. In the future, as long as you don't step into the forbidden heavenly secrets, you won't encounter any calamities. Master Godly Diviner was extremely benevolent as he stroked the two children's heads. He knew that he didn't have long to live and that it would be difficult for him to defy the heavens. He told Yi Fan and the others to treat the two spiritual children well, saying that they would be of great benefit to them in the future. If news of Master Godly Diviner entrusting his two children to the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. It was unknown how many great powers would fight to the death over them. These two spiritual children would become deities in the future, capable of divining the mysteries of heaven. The blind old man's heart trembled. Master Godly Diviner had entrusted the two spiritual children to them, so he must have divined something. You want to ask someone, right? This is just a small path and can't be considered divulging the mysteries of heaven. Let me help you with divination. Master Godly Diviner closed his eyes. When he heard the names of Pang Bo, Wu Zhongtian, Dongfang Yi, and the others, he began to make divinations. Pang Bo was in the immortal realm and was experiencing all sorts of illusionary tribulations. If he passed through it, there would be a great opportunity. Yi Fan was overjoyed. Dongfang Ye's body had been tempered in purgatory. If he took a step back, he would die. If he passed 100 trials, he would survive. If he wanted to survive, he would need an iron heart and willpower. This left everyone stupefied. One was in the immortal realm, while the other was in the purgatory realm. This really was extreme. However, they were both suffering a tribulation, needing to make it through in order to survive. Tu Fei was dead. He would be dead for several thousand years. It would be hard for him to meet his old friends in the future. Hearing this news, everyone's heart sank. The saddest thing in the world was to be separated by life and death. Lu Ko was dead, and it would be difficult for him to appear in this world again. This made everyone feel a wave of sadness, as they were powerless to change anything. When he tried to divine little Nan Nan, Master Godly Diviner couldn't divine anything. She had no past, no future. Her life was a complete mess. Master God Diviner was known for his ability to divine all things in the world, but right now, he was completely helpless. There was no way he could understand the cause and effect, and he began to sweat. This person cannot be counted. Then, his expression immediately changed. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood, drenching his Taoist robe. He quickly cut off heaven's mysteries as if he was avoiding a ghost snake. Wu Zhongtian and Jiang Huairan were still alive. They were trapped in a cage, and they would meet again in the future. This made everyone sigh in relief. Taoist priest, can you help me divine when I will become an emperor? The large black dog's skin was extremely thick, and he asked for a divination. When I meet an immortal. Master Godly Diviner smiled. What do you mean? If I meet an immortal, what use is there for me to become an emperor? The large black dog was furious. There were no immortals in this world. This was clearly saying that he couldn't prove his Tao. How many wives and concubines will I have in the future? If there are too many, I won't be able to manage them all, Li Tian asked with a fervent expression. One person will be enough, Master Godly Diviner said. What? Aren't you trying to trick me? You can't make irresponsible remarks. Are you saying that I only have one wife, or that I alone will be enough? Li Tian was anxious. Senior, I just want to ask you, can I return to my hometown? Yi Fan asked solemnly. Yes. Master Godly Diviner nodded and gave an affirmative answer. However, after thinking about it carefully, he hesitated. Senior, what do you want to say? Yi Fan asked. Some things could often be predicted, but the ending could not be predicted. He was afraid that some unforeseen events would occur. It won't be too long, Master Godly Diviner said. He could only give a rough prediction. Otherwise, if he revealed the details of the future, it would be equivalent to revealing the secrets of heaven. Finally, it was time for them to part. The pair of brother and sister wept bitterly, unwilling to part with Master Godly Diviner, and clung tightly to his arm, unwilling to let go. Fate has come to an end, Master Godly Diviner said softly, like a leaf that will eventually wither. If there is reincarnation, we will meet again after thousands of lifetimes, Master Godly Diviner said softly, and then branded the heaven-stealing technique into their immortal platforms. In the end, Yi Fan and the others carried the two children away, bowed to Master Godly Diviner, and left the mountain range. Boom! Not long after they left, a bolt of lightning struck down, connecting the heavens and the earth, inundating the entire area. What? Is that still lightning? They were all dumbfounded. There was only a single bolt of lightning, yet it was thicker than dozens of mountains combined. It stretched from the heavens all the way to the earth, and it didn't dissipate. One-line lightning. The old blind man's expression was grave as he gazed into the distance. The people of this domain all wanted to grasp that one, but it was impossible. Perhaps it could be seen before one's death, and all mysteries would be revealed. They knew that without a miracle, there was no way Master Godly Diviner could defy the heavens. It would be difficult for him to survive. For the sake of leaving behind a glimmer of hope for the two children, they resolutely crossed the void and left, not looking back again. Grandpa, ancestor. The two children wept heart-splitting, lungs-splitting. They reached out their little hands to grab backwards, but they couldn't grab onto anything. They didn't immediately return to Heavenly Village, but instead wandered about many places in Central Continent, wanting to calm the two spiritual children down. In the end, they crossed over, returning to the northern region. This was an oasis, plants flourishing and full of life. More than 10 years ago, Zhang Wuye and the others moved their stone stronghold here. Now, the people in the stone stronghold lived rich lives, no longer as laborious as in the past. Everything was peaceful and auspicious. Several months ago, they agreed to meet here. Li Heishui had already arrived, dragged along by Zhang Wuye to drink heartily. After not seeing him for many years, the old man had clearly aged quite a bit. When Yi Fan and the others arrived, the stone stronghold became noisy. Many villagers surrounded them, and there were people everywhere in front of the bonfire at night. The fragrance of meat and wine wafted through the air, as lively as if they were celebrating a new year. Yi Fan took out a drop of the immortal true dragon herb. He didn't feel that it was a pity to extend the life of a mortal like Zhang Wuye. He was grateful to the Zhang bloodline. Without their source heavenly book, he wouldn't have what he had today. The ones who changed the most in the stone stronghold were Wang Shu and Dumbo, as well as the people in charge of the mines order that Yi Fan had appointed in the past. They had dual pupils, their foreheads shone, and their blood became pure silver. Their cultivation advanced so quickly? The Black Emperor was quite shocked. Back then, when he discovered the two's changes, he taught them the Tao of cultivation. Now, these two were self-taught, already becoming cultivators of the dragon transformation realm. Their speed of improvement left one speechless. They definitely couldn't compare to the people in front of them, but one had to know that they had come from nothing. They had no one to guide them and had fumbled around on their own. Uncrowned Emperor. On this night, the monkey also rushed over. After seeing the two's silver blood and various special characteristics, he was shocked. He grabbed them forcefully and began to question them in detail. The Yuan Taoist master had brought back two infants in his later years. They weren't humans at all, and their bloodlines had been sealed by him using heaven-defying methods. These were the ancestors of Wang Shu, and Lei Bo Yi Fan had heard Xianxia mention this before, and now he asked him to explain it in detail again. The monkey didn't speak for a long time after listening. During the archaic era, powerful clans stood in great numbers. It was unknown how many times they rose and fell. They were used to seeing the tragedies of great clans that ruled over the world being annihilated in a single night. Among them, there was one clan that had experienced ups and downs. Although they had never produced an ancient emperor, they had ruled over the world several times and were known as the Uncrowned Emperor. Their population was small, and their blood was pure silver. They possessed terrifying talents, and once they grew up, they would become terrifying and powerful. Although they weren't emperors, the great sage was endless. Even the imperial clan didn't dare to provoke them. Unfortunately, they provoked an existence they shouldn't have provoked in the archaic era. It was rumored that they wanted to enter the immortal mausoleum, but in the end, their entire clan was buried. Such a great background? Everyone present was a little dumbfounded. The Yuan Taoist master traveled everywhere. After the ominous event happened in his later years, his actions became even stranger. He entered the immortal mausoleum, charged into the ruins of God, and saw Yin soldiers passing by. It wasn't strange for him to bring back two silver-blooded infants. The Yuan Taoist master indeed has unfathomable methods. He found the Uncrowned Emperor clan that should have been extinct long ago. It's really shocking. The monkey's eyes lit up as he looked at the people surnamed Lei and Wang in the stone stronghold. Then he sighed softly and said, "It's a pity that their bloodline is too thin. They can't be compared to the silver bloodline of the past. Otherwise, they would be a great emperor clan in name only." However, he suddenly turned around and stared at Lei Bo and Dumbo. They broke through the bloodline seal and forcefully broke the shackles. This is a sign of atavism. It means that their bloodline is as powerful as their ancestors. They are the pure-blooded descendants of the Uncrowned Emperor clan. The people of the stone stronghold are all treasures. Even if their bloodline is thin, they can still break the seal and grow into powerhouses. The Black Emperor's eyes lit up. Of course, he couldn't tell these villagers. Only Xianxia, Wang Shu, and Dumbo knew the truth. When they returned to the heavenly village, Qi Luo was so happy that his single eye was almost closed into a slit. Then he finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Who can compete with the celestial court for the fortune of heaven and earth in the future? He stared at the two spiritual children, Little Tong and Little Kay, and then he grabbed the two silver-blooded people. Even without Yi Fan in the future, as long as Tong, Little Kay, and the two spiritual children could grow up, they would be invincible in the world. With a physique that was exactly the same as the Holy Emperor of Sun, coupled with Little Kay's graceful demeanor of killing all the kings, and the two spiritual children who could deduce the mysteries of heaven and seek fortune and avoid calamity, who could stand against them? Of course, if they could keep the son of the Emperor of fighting and ensure that nothing happened to the sacred body of the ancients, then they would be even more invincible. In the future, they wouldn't even have to fear the kings of the ancient times. Tong is a sign of atavism, just like the Holy Emperor of Sun's physique. I heard that you have a younger sister who has a Taiyin physique. In order to find you, she has been in seclusion in the Jiang family. Now that you're back, you can go and ask her to come out. If it's possible, invite her to stay with us for a few days, Qi Luo said. No matter how one looked at it, he sounded a little treacherous, making people want to slap him. You're trying to capture all the strongest physiques in the world in one fell swoop, aren't you? Yi Fan grumbled. Of course. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to be the best in the world. I'm not going to recreate the ancient dynasty of killers, but the real legendary celestial court. Chapter 844. Early in the morning sun shone brilliantly, shining down and breaking through the mist, making one's heart light up as well. Yi Fan sat cross-legged on a short mountain, continuously breathing in and out. White innate spiritual essence flowed in and out of his mouth and nose like a dragon, rumbling like thunder. Not far away, a few children were also seriously cultivating, swinging their fists and kicking their legs. They were extremely serious. Tong Tong was only 5 years old, but he was Yi Fan's first disciple. After escaping from the hands of demon Li Tian, he was especially serious. He faced the morning sun and practiced his fists methodically. His entire body was glowing, as if he could resonate with the sun. Gu Fei and Gu Lin, this pair of siblings, were only 11 years old. They were also very talented, and they were also very serious. They had already adapted to the life in the heavenly village. As for the last one, Tiny, he was purely a child. Little Kay was only a little over 1 year old. She held a pacifier in her mouth, hobbling as she walked. Her little hands moved about randomly as she cried out, "Eh." Her childish voice was really funny. They were the future hope of the celestial court. Even if the others had all fallen and only these 4 little things were left, perhaps they could still support a flourishing godly dynasty and rule over the world. Woof, woof, woof. On the other side, the Black Emperor stuck out his bright red tongue and opened his bloody mouth. He was like a 10,000-year-old demon that had come into being, madly running, chasing after Wang Shu and Dumbo. To put it nicely, it was a special hellish training to force out the true potential of the silver-blooded imperial family. If they fell behind, they would be beaten. His mouth full of cold dog teeth could definitely tear their bodies apart. Too weak. How can they be called uncrowned emperors like this? The 2 of you, carry that mountain and run. The large black dog shouted. His special training was really very ruthless, squeezing out their potential with all his might. He made the 2 of them carry a stone mountain to walk, eat, and sleep. Ayo! In the end, Wang Shu and Dumbo's miserable cries didn't even sound like a human's. Just hearing them was enough to make one's hair stand on end. It could be imagined how much they had suffered. However, the Black Emperor said that this was the return of their wildness, the recovery of their royal blood, and the awakening of their ancestral power. Everyone rolled their eyes when they heard this. Mfa. Little Kay fell to the ground with the pacifier in her mouth. She stayed there and refused to get up. Her large eyes blinked as she watched with great interest as the large black dog chased after the 2 pitiful fellows. The other 3 children were painstakingly cultivating. Essence energy flowed in and out of every pore of their bodies, making them sparkling and translucent. This was a very loving scene that made people feel full of vitality. It's good to be young. Qi Luo sighed. He squinted his single eye and had an envious look on his face. He was lying on an ancient pine tree that extended out of the cliff, facing the morning glow. He grabbed a purple gold gourd and poured wine into his mouth. He was very satisfied and satisfied. Yi Fan passed on the Xing formula to him. This old man was getting more and more mysterious. If the celestial court wanted to rise, it needed him to become a saint. Otherwise, how could it fight against the killing saints of hell and the human world? On the other side, Yen Ishi was playing chess with an old man from the heavenly village. They had been playing for 3 days and 3 nights, and they hadn't moved a single step. As for Li Tian, he was both in pain and happiness as he carried out a game of assassination with the young girls from the heavenly village. He had tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex, but the beauties from the celestial court were each more ruthless and ruthless than the last. The heavenly sword had almost left a bloody hole on his body several times. Brother monkey, let's have a spar? Yi Fan finished breathing and stood up. The monkey was on the opposite mountain. Under the morning glow, the golden fur on his body was dazzling. When he heard this, he loudly agreed and rushed over like a bolt of golden lightning. Boom! Once these two people with physiques that were rarely seen throughout the ages started to fight, it was truly like a comet colliding with the Emperor Star. The children all fell to the ground on their butts. Son of God! Son of God! Little cried out while biting on her pacifier, waving her pink little hands. You two destructive maniacs, don't fight here. Qi Luo forcefully chased them away and teleported them far away. The celestial court had just been built, and it was becoming more and more prosperous with each passing day. This kind of atmosphere made people happy. There was endless hope in front of them, and once they rose up in the future, even the sky wouldn't be able to cover them. This place of yours is truly desolate. Half a month later, Ji Ziyue came with a large pile of information, all of which were related to hell and the human world. These were all top-secret documents that were stolen from the Ji family's scripture pavilion. There were many secrets that were not known to others, and they were exceptionally valuable. The family head is going to retire soon, and now he wants to support my brother to become the Ji family head, so he can't casually come out. Ji Ziyue's words caused Yi Fan, Li Heishui, and the others to be a little stunned. You guys are too uninformed. Ji Ziyue teased little K, while revealing some earth-shattering news. The Alcade's sacred leader had half-abdicated and started to delegate power to the Alcade's sacred son. In a few years he would officially rule the Alcade's sacred leader. The water flows east, the curtains of the older generation are about to fall, and a great era of kings has finally arrived. Yi Fan sighed. Once upon a time, he needed to look up to the sacred leaders, and now the younger generation had also risen to such heights. The Alcade's sacred son used only one hand to suppress the joint attacks of the sacred children of the past 2,000 years, and easily took the position. The first thing he did was to resonate with the black gold dragon pattern cauldron, and he stood in front of the most unimaginable emperor weapon in the world for 9 days and 9 nights. There were too many legends about the birth of the black gold dragon pattern cauldron, and it was the most unimaginable miracle in the world. 50,000 years of praying, 50,000 years of kowtowing, and the painstaking efforts of the predecessors still couldn't make it reach the Tao. In that night of thunder and lightning, no one knew what happened. It became an emperor weapon in a single night. The mystery of the ages remained unsolved. The most unimaginable weapon was not weaker than any ancient imperial weapon or great emperor weapon, and it even had a unique advantage. Time flies. The Alcade's sacred son is about to become the ruler of the generation. He will control the black gold dragon pattern cauldron, and from then on, he will look down on the world. Li Heishui sighed. Not long after, news came from Middle Ground that the Xia imperial prince had ascended to the throne and officially became the ruler of Xia, successfully winning over his brothers. Then, the news that Yao Yuekong had become the ruler of Sky Demon Palace also spread throughout the world. Almost at the same time, news came from the southern mountains that Nan Yao had entered the Demon Imperial Palace and became one of the rulers, officially standing at the peak of power. A few days later, news came from Middle Ground that Middle Emperor had successfully severed the Tao, and on the day of success, a purple sun appeared in the sky, clouds of 9 tribulations descended, and divine milk gushed out from the earth. Once this news came out, the world was shocked. This was the scene of an ancient emperor when he severed the Tao at a young age. Everyone was shocked, and it could even be called a blowout. Another rumor said that a young Buddha from the western desert had cultivated half of the 6 syllables incantation. He walked among the famous mountains and ancient temples, and he had the aura of a Buddha. I'm getting old. The rise of the younger generation makes me feel like the sun is setting in the west. The scenery is still there, but the people are going to die. An old man from Heavenly Village sighed. Over the past few days, Yen Ishi had been playing chess with him. She had learned quite a number of mental Tao laws from him and had benefited greatly. He has to grow up faster. Little K sucked on her pacifier and clenched her fists. She could finally speak more clearly. From then on, Ji Ziyue would often come and cross the void happily. Sometimes she would laugh craftily, sometimes she would laugh heartlessly, and sometimes she would laugh until she cried. Ji Haoyue, who was about to become the Divine Lord, came personally and completely flipped out. He wanted to kill Yi Fan, but he was stopped by others. He talked with Yi Fan for a night, and then he pulled Ji Ziyue away. "Brother, what are you doing?" Ji Ziyue was unhappy. Divine Diviner predicted that in the near future, he will leave this world and return to the other side of the starry sky. It will be different from the last time. Ji Haoyue said, Yi Fan might not be able to stay in this world for long. He might disappear completely one day, so he didn't want to leave a sad memory for others. "Do you want to leave with him? If you have the determination, I won't object." Ji Haoyue said. But Ji Ziyue cried. Her parents, brother, and the people closest to her were all in this world, so how could she leave? From then on, Ji Ziyue would still come often. She would smile brightly, but sometimes she would cry while smiling, which made one's heart ache. Yi Fan would often stroll with her, either facing the morning glow or stepping on the moon and stars. Divine Diviner's prediction made him feel so abrupt, and there was too much reluctance in his heart. The starry sky was too far. Once he set foot on the way back, there was nothing left to talk about. Yi Fan wanted to go more easily and leave more joy for others. He talked about many things of the past, and Ji Ziyue's smile widened after listening to him, but she couldn't hide her disappointment. She said that when she became a saint, she would definitely follow his footsteps to the other side of the starry sky. She smiled and shed tears. She wanted to see what kind of magnificent and incredible world that was. Half a month later, little Tingting, who had been separated for many years, appeared. She came out from the Jiang clan and found her way here. Now, she was already a slender and elegant young lady. Extreme Yin body. Qi Luo's eyes widened. He rubbed his hands and walked forward. There was no need to mention the warmth he felt. He was just short of recognizing her as his adopted granddaughter. Sister? Sister? Little Her swayed and hugged her leg, unwilling to let go. Not far away, Tong Tong was also shocked. His blood had returned to its ancestral state and was exactly the same as the Sun Saint Emperor's physique. Now, he felt an indescribable reaction when facing the extreme Yin body. Yi Fan sighed. The little girl from the past had grown up. In the past, she and Uncle Jiang depended on each other for survival and were bullied. Little Tingting, who was only a few years old, was very pitiful. She wore old patched clothes and cried constantly, protecting the old man from those bullies. "Brother, you're finally back." Tingting cried loudly and threw herself forward. She truly regarded Yi Fan as her closest family. Yi Fan comforted her with a smile. He ruffled her hair and asked, "Is Uncle Jiang doing well?" Tingting replied that he was fine, but she often talked about him. She really wanted to see him again and drink a few cups of old wine together. She regarded him as her biological grandson who had left home for many years. Yi Fan was absent-minded. Back then, it was Uncle Jiang and little Tingting who made him feel at home for the first time in this world. It was a very warm memory that was worth cherishing forever. "I'll go and visit him," he said with a smile. Extreme Yin body. "Little girl, I only have one good-for-nothing grandson. I really hope to have a granddaughter." Qi Luo ran back and forth and finally revealed his fox's tail. It was obvious that he wanted to pull Tingting into the sect. Now, little Tingting had already grown up and become a woman of peerless beauty. Her cultivation was also extremely high. The extreme Yin body allowed her to cultivate at lightning speed and was already a powerhouse. Yi Fan thought of something and passed the remnant of the ancient extreme Yin scripture to her. Then, he gave her the sparkling and translucent skull of the saint. This was seized from the divine son of extreme Yin. Perhaps it contained the secret of the entire ancient scripture because this saint's resentment had never disappeared. Brother Ife defeated the divine physique of the clan and will become the divine lord soon. Little Tingting's news shocked many people. The divine king physique of the Jiang clan was defeated and Jiang Ife actually became the divine lord. This was truly out of everyone's expectations. Yi Fan wasn't too surprised. Among the people he knew, there were 3 people that gave him a very special impression. They were Hua Yunfei, Yao Guang Saint Child, and Jiang Yifei. They were all very refined and otherworldly. They were all unfathomable and couldn't be seen through with a single glance. Brother Yifei told me to remind you to be careful of Hua Yunfei. He is even more terrifying than you imagine. Little Tingting brought this news. When Jiang Yifei went out to train, he had once seen Hua Yunfei in a barren mountain. He broke open an ancient saint's tomb and dissolved the remaining part of its origin. For the sake of becoming stronger and keeping a low profile, he entered the ancient tomb and stole the origin left behind by the saint. How terrifying is he now? Li Heishui was astonished. It won't work if it's not him. I hope to meet him, Yifan said. He reminded Qi Luo to operate and develop the celestial court now and treat it as if he had already left. That was because that day might come very suddenly. Chapter 845. God Diviner had said that in the near future, Yifan would be able to return to the other side of the starry sky. However, he had no idea how far away that was or how long it would take. Would it be a few months, a few years, or even a few decades? Cultivators could live for hundreds of years. A few years was a short time, and a few decades wasn't a long time. But how could he wait that long? He had been here for more than 20 years. How long could his gray-haired parents wait? The saddest thing in life was to lose one's son in old age. In the hearts of the elderly, their children were their only hope. For them to die before them was the greatest blow. Yifan couldn't imagine the grief his parents must have felt when he disappeared from Mount Tai. Thinking of his gray-haired parents murmuring to themselves in their old age, trembling as they caressed his picture, he felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart. He had always been afraid that by the time he returned, things would be different. All these years, he had been desperately cultivating, all for the sake of returning. Even if it was just a glance, sitting together and having a reunion meal, it would make the white-haired parents smile like they used to in the past through muddy tears. When he had left, his parents had already aged. Now that more than 20 years had passed, he was afraid that they would be sad, and their health would deteriorate. Or even, every time he thought of this, Yifan's heart would ache, and his eyes would blur. The greatest kindness in the world was the kindness his parents had shown him. In the final moments of their lives, when they missed him the most, he was in a foreign land, unable to return. It was hard to bear. Having lost their only son in their old age, the two of them were in a miserable state of mind. His father's back was no longer straight, and his mother's hair was even whiter. How could they bear it? Other people cultivated to prove their Tao, but Yifan's greatest goal had always been to go back and see his parents again. Longevity? Great Emperor? Immortality? To him, nothing was more important than being able to see his parents again. This was human emotion. A stubborn rock was immortal. So what if it existed forever? It was still cold. What did it know about human emotion? Cold and wooden for all eternity. If he abandoned his parents just to live longer in this world, then what was the point? To be as cold as a rock? To abandon one's true nature. Ever since he came to this world, he had only been quietly working towards his goal. He had never made a vow or said anything. Now that he found out that he might really be able to go back in the near future, he wouldn't give up no matter what, because he wasn't a cold and detached stone. He had a filial and pure heart. In order not to make his aged parents cry, in order not to make the white-haired old man sad, in order not to make the two old people wake up from their dreams, even if his body was crushed, he would go back, just so that they would no longer be lonely and sad in their old age. He was also reluctant to part with this world. There were friends who could go through life and death with him, beauties who could topple the world with him, a future that could inspire him to work hard, and a great secret that was worth exploring. Everything was so tempting, but he had no choice but to make a choice. Just like how he could not bear to part with his parents, Ji Ziyue could not bear to part with her father, mother, and brother. She could not bear to part with this world and wanted to pursue his footsteps when their fate was over. Even though the Black Emperor had no relatives or friends, he was not willing to leave his own world. He missed Wu Shi the Great and was willing to stay in his homeland, even if he could only guard his tomb in the end. Everyone had their own perseverance and hope, because this was the true nature of people. The greatest motivation for Yi Fan's cultivation in this world was to return home and persevere, not to prove his Tao. There wasn't much time left. His parents couldn't wait any longer, but his friends in this world still had a long lifespan. His departure would make his old friends sad, but they could still continue their original path of life. But if he didn't go back, his parents would be sad and desperate, and they would die. Although he struggled and felt helpless, he had to make a choice. Filial piety was the most important of all virtues. He was just an ordinary person with flesh and blood. He could not forget the kindness of his parents for raising him. Blood was thicker than water. He would not be narcissistic to think that the world would stop without him. Even without him, his friends would still live on. He was just someone who had yet to sever the Tao. He was not a supreme existence that could suppress the 9 skies and 10 lands. His friends and lovers did not live under his protection. It could even be said that the background of these people was far stronger than his. Victorious fighting Buddha, the great emperor family, the peerless white-robed god king, Qi Luo who was about to become a killing saint, the top bandit of the North region who had successfully become a saint. They were far more powerful than him. Monkey, Ji Ziyue, Tingting, Li Heishui and the others had people who were stronger than him. He had never been their protector. As for Ji Ziyue, if they could not be together, he did not know if they could meet again. What could he use to promise her? He might as well give her blessings and let her go further. He would enlighten her. She should have her own dazzling starry sky. Although Yi Fan was sad, he could not cry. He could only do it silently and let these people walk on their original path. They should not change their path because of him. Are you really going back? Li Heishui asked. He sat on the cliff. I am going back. Yi Fan nodded. You have to think it through. More than 20 years have passed. Perhaps things have already changed, and that's not the outcome you want to see, the monkey said as he sat on an ancient tree branch that extended beyond the cliff. Even if there is only a sliver of hope, I have to go back. Even if I have to face the cruelest outcome. Yi Fan said in a low voice. Honestly speaking, I understand your feelings. If I have a chance to return to the primordial era, I would rather give up everything and return. Sadly, I don't even have a sliver of hope. Monkey sighed. You have to be mentally prepared. Yenishi said. He sat on a huge rock at the side of the cliff. Yi Fan did not hide anything from them. He told them about his past. They could guess some of the things that might have happened during these years. This is my obsession. If I cannot return, I might go crazy one day or even suffer from chi deviation. Yi Fan said. This is human emotion. Li Heishui sighed. Some people spend their entire lives in seclusion for cultivation, some are trapped by love, some are stubborn until old age, and some are peaceful until the end of their lives. This is human nature and emotion. They all have their own pursuits and perseverance. They all have their own sustenance, Yi Fan said. The few of them sighed. There was no reason for them to stop him from leaving. The monkey grabbed a purple gold gourd and drank a mouthful of it. He handed it over to the few of them one by one. The gourd contained 1,000-year-old divine wine, and it was obvious that it was stolen from Qi Luo. Goddamn monkey, you stole my wine again. That was my last bottle of 1,000-year-old wine. I will kill you. Qi Luo's heart-wrenching screams came from afar. The few people on the cliff immediately jumped like chickens and dogs, like rabbits leaping and falcons descending, fleeing into the distance. The large black dog was the last to leave. He gulped down the wine gourd on the ground until there was not a drop left. He burped and created a formation platform, passing through the void and leaving. Ah! Qi Luo screamed miserably. He reached the cliff and picked up the wine gourd. He was heartbroken and cursed continuously. Ancestor? Who wants to drink too? A little guy with a pacifier in his mouth shook his trouser leg. It's so fragrant. Tong Tong, Gu Fei, and Gu Lin also sniffed with their perky little noses, their faces full of desire. Let me tell you, this is poison. You are not allowed to touch it in the future. Qi Luo warned. He was really afraid that before he could suppress the big drunkard, a group of small drunkards would grow up again. If that happened, there would not be a single bottle left in his collection. The future of the celestial court was infinitely bright. Anyone could see that as long as these children grew up, as long as people with the extreme Yin physique and the son of the Emperor of Fighting were roped in, it would become an invincible divine court in the future. The large black dog was especially valued by Qiluo. He was almost worshipped just so that he could carve the formation patterns of the great Emperor Wuxia to protect the mountain gate. However, the Black Emperor currently lacked interest. He always felt that training 2 members of the Silver Blood Imperial family would give him a greater sense of accomplishment. He said that he would train 2 Silver Blood Emperors, the Heaven-Destroying Prince and Yuan Gu, in the future. Can you guys not look at me like that? It's as if I'm going to leave. Although the godly diviner said that, it might still take a few years, Yifan said. One look is one less look. Hurry up and take a few more looks, the large black dog said. Damn dog, do you know how to speak? It's not like I'm going to die. Yifan kicked him. The Black Emperor shamelessly walked over and said, in any case, you're going to leave. Just give me the immortal Kirin herb and the myriad energy cauldron. You're really heartless. You're not feeling conflicted because I'm going to leave, but because you're thinking about the things I have. I'll strangle you to death. Yifan strangled his neck. Woof, I'm just afraid that you'll die on the way and lose these celestial treasures. Beat this damn dog. A group of people walked up and beat the Black Emperor together. Waves of dog barks rang out, and the somewhat sorrowful atmosphere was somewhat washed away by this. This time, I'm going to leave, and the time is uncertain. I want to kill a group of people before I leave. Who do you have in mind? Yifan asked. Wang Ting, Yuan Gu, Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman. The mysterious people who ambushed us, we only know that there's a crippled 9 orifices stone golem among them. His identity is unknown. They casually mentioned a few people they wanted to kill, and then they all shook their heads, saying that there was no need for him to do anything. They would deal with them themselves in the future. This was especially so for the monkey, who was even more vehement in his refusal. He wanted to kill everyone himself. Yet he had the right to say this. As the sacred prince, he himself had already severed his Tao. Looking out, if not saints, who could contend against him? Brother monkey, let's compete and see who can kill more people. Yifan said. The world was stained with blood, and some people were destined to fall. He reminded Li Heishui, Li Tian, and the others not to make a move. This time, they just had to watch quietly and use this period of time to cultivate. The monkey's uncle was now confirmed to be still alive. He sat on Mount Meru and overlooked the entire land. The sacred prince went to take revenge, and no one dared to find trouble with him. My grandfather has passed away, and the old fart is finally willing to accept me as a disciple, Li Heishui said. I'll go cultivate after this period of time, but I'll often come to the celestial court to take a look. This time, even if Yifan left, he would be very at ease. Other than Li Tian and Yan Ishi, almost everyone else had the shadow of a saint behind them. The victorious fighting Buddha, the Southern Mountains barbarian war god, the Ji clan, the peerless white-robed divine king, the #1 bandit old fart, Shi Luo, and the others were all pressuring them to the point where they couldn't breathe. Let me introduce you to a saint master. Yifan smiled at Li Tian and the others. Chapter 846. Who? Li Tian was bewildered. He and Yan Ishi naturally didn't need a master. Yifan said this because he wanted to find a protector for them. That day, little Tingting led the way. Yifan's group went to the Jiang family to seek an audience with the divine king in white. The goddess furnace came from the hands of Emperor Hengyu, and there were mysterious Tao patterns engraved on the furnace walls. If divine King Jiang studied it, he might be able to comprehend something. Thus, it would be difficult for him to refuse taking them as his disciples. The atmosphere of the clan of the ancients was still the same, majestic and awe-inspiring. Mountains that would never sink were suspended in the air, towering into the clouds. Silver waterfalls cascaded down like heavenly rivers, and the clouds were steaming with multicolored light. Arriving at this place was like witnessing the primordial era where the ancient emperors lived. Everything was so beautiful and majestic that it was shocking. In the depths of the hundreds of mountains suspended in the air, there were many divine temples and an immortal ancient city. That was the most important place in the Jiang family. Jiang Yifei personally came out to welcome them. His white clothes were elegant, and he had a gentle smile on his face. One look at him would give people a good impression. A person who defeated the divine physique of the Jiang family would attract attention no matter how low-key he was. His smile was otherworldly and dazzling. He was the future master of the Jiang family, so he was very friendly to them. He invited them to a divine island and entered an ancient main tower. This was a very high standard of treatment that only sect masters could enter. After so many years, Brother Yi is even more elegant than before. Jiang Yifei ordered someone to serve tea. Yi Fan replied with a smile and then told him why he was here. However, he was disappointed. The divine king in white was traveling the world and didn't stay at home for long. In the end, he went to see Uncle Jiang. They sat together and talked about the past. The old man sighed and dragged Yi Fan to drink a few more cups with him. He was hale and hearty. His life had been very good these years. Little Tingting, the most dazzling star of the future, had risen up, and everyone in the Jiang family wanted to rope her in. Her extreme physique was destined to shine in the family and play an important role. People are old and homesick. 2 years ago, Tingting accompanied me back to the southern region. That store is still there, and many of the old neighbors are still fine. They told me that a very beautiful woman once went there and asked about everything you did in the store in the past. Uncle Jiang said. Is there such a thing? Who is she? Yi Fan poured the wine. He couldn't think of who it could be. An old man asked her. I think she was called Lin Jia or something. She only went there once and never showed up again, Uncle Jiang said. What? Yi Fan was dumbfounded. That was a very old name. He hadn't heard of it for almost 20 years, let alone seen it. He and Pang Bo weren't the only ones who had come to this world. There were more than a dozen people, but he didn't know where they were after so many years. Li Xiaoman walked on the opposite side of life and death, and Cade was considered by the Western Desert's holy monk to be born with an unusual talent and was sent away as the reincarnation of the Buddhist guardian Vajra. Lin Jia, Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and the others were all people with extraordinary temperaments. Why hadn't they appeared after so many years? At this moment, suddenly hearing Lin Jia's name, Yi Fan thought of many things. His dusty memories were unlocked, and the past appeared before his eyes. She's a long-lost friend. I went back 2 years ago, so that woman came to the store about 3 years ago and asked about your past, Uncle Jiang said. It's nothing. Since the store and the neighbors are still here, I'll go and take a look when I have time. Yi Fan came back to his senses and continued drinking. When Yi Fan and the others left the Jiang family, Jiang Yifei personally saw them off. He said that they might fight side by side in the future, and he watched them leave. They came to the Divine City and entered the Tianxian Stone Square. Of course, they didn't directly ask this saint to take them as disciples. They just wanted to be familiar with each other. The entire Tianxian sect had been killed or injured, and the path of desire had also been destroyed. They were somewhat similar in that they were all people who had survived a calamity. The saint from the Tianxian sect finished observing the goddess furnace. After a long time, he opened his eyes and said, I understand your kind intentions. You can come to the stone square often in the future. A single sentence from this saint was enough. If he protected them, who would dare to touch them? Even the ancient ancestor kings would be afraid. During the battle at the Jade Pool, the might of the human saint had shocked all the races. Yi Fan was stunned. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. The saint was unpredictable, and it was only because he knew what they were thinking that this result could be achieved. In the end, they bid farewell respectfully and returned to the celestial court. He. The 4 little fellows cultivated diligently, and the large black dog was still training the 2 silver-blooded members of the imperial family. From time to time, the blood-curdling screams could be heard. Everything was very peaceful. Everything was on track, and they were destined to shine brilliantly in the future. Before I leave, if I can't rescue all my old friends and kill all my enemies, I'll be letting you all down, Yi Fan said to himself. He stood on a high peak and looked down at the vast eastern barren. Where was the purgatory? Needless to say, Dongfang Yi had fallen off the falling eagle cliff. It had to be there, and he wanted to guide him out. Although he had heard from the monkey that very few people could walk out of that place alive, he still wanted to give it a try. In the ancient era, there was a great war between all races. Mountains of corpses piled up, and the earth was dyed the color of blood. The falling eagle cliff had once been used as a grave, and countless dead people had been filled in there. It was originally an ancient battlefield, but in the end, it became a land of mass graves. The Xianxia was extremely heavy, and it was difficult for living beings to survive in there. It could be said to be a true purgatory. The Black Emperor went up and said, "If you want to save the barbarians, you need a tomb raider." He specializes in digging up tombs and playing with ghosts. He is the authority in this field. "This fatty is not easy to find," Li Tian said. "That's not difficult. I have a way to capture him," Yi Fan said. On this day, a shocking piece of news spread out. A valley in the northern region had collapsed, and it was suspected that an ancient emperor's tomb had collapsed. It appeared in the world, and a murderous aura rushed into the 9 heavens. Once the news came out, it caused a huge commotion. It was unknown how many people rushed there. The eastern wasteland was shaken, and many major powers were alarmed. Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, the monkey, Li Heishui, and Yan Yishi sat on a mountain in the distance. They looked at the valley and saw people rushing over one after another. Isn't this move a little despicable? Look, all the ancient races have mustered a large force. Some of the royal families have come as if their butts were on fire. Li Tian was speechless. Even the royal families of Blood Phoenix Mountain and Divine Silkworm Ridge have appeared, Li Heishui said. I'd rather believe it than not. I believe the great races will send people over to take a look. Li Heishui said. Yi Fan released the news, and it caused a huge commotion. It was unknown how many experts had rushed over, and the collapsed valley was surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. He's here. That damned fatty has appeared. I would recognize him even if he turned to ashes. The Black Emperor opened his third vertical eye and looked forward. A damned fatty appeared. No matter how high his head was, he couldn't hide his wretched aura. He circled around the collapsed valley and observed. Then he began to curse as if he had been tricked. Truly amazing. Just a single move was enough to summon Fatty Duan. Li Tian sighed in admiration. After that, the others all laughed loudly. They transmitted sound to Duan Da, and the unscrupulous Taoist immediately stomped his feet and cursed them for being immoral. It turned out that it was just to trick him into appearing. The Black Emperor said, "Grave digger, what the hell are you shouting for? This time, we prepared a large grave for you to dig. It said that there are at least 1 million people buried here, maybe even 10 times that number." Nonsense. I've traveled the world and have dug up all kinds of graves. I've even climbed Wu Shi's Dao platform, but I've never heard of such a large grave. Duan Da was disdainful. Woof, you really haven't given up on your evil intentions. You've always been thinking about the Purple Mountain. The Black Emperor almost started a fight with him. Yi Fan hurriedly separated them. These two bastards weren't easy to deal with. If they really fought, there would definitely be chaos. The monkey appeared and told him that there really was such a place. There might even be a supreme existence buried under the battlefield. His father, the Emperor of Fighting, had once entered and killed a divine spirit. What? There's a corpse of a divine spirit that could fight against ancient emperors? Go, I must go. Duan Da had a "don't stop me" look on his face. On this day, many people in the eastern wasteland cursed that only a few nests of mountain rats had been dug up from the ancient imperial tomb. Normally, no one would be so unscrupulous as to swindle people. Many cultivators and many ancient race members were so angry that the roots of their teeth were itching. As for the instigator, he had long since broken through the sky and arrived at a famous danger ground in the northern region, Falling Eagle Cliff. As the name implied, even eagles would fall when they landed on the cliff. One could imagine how precipitous it was. It could be said to be astonishingly precipitous and impossible to stand on. There are millions of bodies of archaic experts buried here. Not to mention an expert like Duan Da, even the Black Emperor didn't quite believe it. The precipitous cliff towered into the clouds, but the valley below was too small. Although it was unfathomably deep, it didn't seem like it could accommodate millions of people. You'll know when you go down. The monkey smiled. Falling Eagle Cliff was tens of thousands of meters tall and straight down. The valley it formed was like a chimney, steep and dangerous. It was completely dark red as if it had been dyed in blood. According to the monkey, it was really because of the great battles in the past. It was dyed this color by the blood of experts, and it would never fade. They jumped in. The wind whistled past their ears as they descended rapidly. All kinds of black clouds and baleful auras surged violently. It's getting bigger. Why is it getting wider and wider? Li Tian was amazed. Below, they could vaguely see undulating mountain ranges and vast plains. It wasn't a valley at all, but rather a continent. During the archaic years, this place became a battlefield. Back then, too many people died in battle. There were corpses everywhere on the archaic battlefield, and evil auras surged into the heavens. Ghosts could be seen in the daytime, gloomy clouds, and ghosts wept and gods howled. Because too many people had died in battle, this vast area had almost become a human domain, and many strange things had happened. In the end, an ancient emperor from an unknown era used his great magic power to grab the entire land in his palm and refine it under Falling Eagle Cliff. Only then did it become like this. Not long after, they landed on the ground. The front was incomparably wide, and they could see the scenery when they opened their divine eyes. However, it was a bit dusky. "There's someone." They were shocked. There were more than 20 people guarding the entrance of the battlefield. They didn't move at all, and they wore ancient battle clothes as if they were netherworld soldiers. What is this? Purgatory's protectors? Is there really a Yin Hall son of heaven in this world? Li Heishui was astonished. No, they are ancient races. If I'm not wrong, they should be people from the primitive lake. Why are they guarding here? Did something happen inside, or is there some secret treasure? The monkey was bewildered. Primitive lake? It's a great ancient imperial race, the race that Yuan Gu is from, said the monkey. Who are you people? Why did you break into the purgatory? The 20 people in front discovered them and shouted. The sacred prince. And the human race's sacred physique. Obviously, the sacred battle ape bloodline shocked the ancient races and was known by all. Yi Fan, on the other hand, had killed so many people in the God City that they were terrified of him. Many of the ancient race had seen his portrait. Why are you people here? The monkey asked. Go. These people's expressions changed upon hearing this, and they rushed into the valley. Yi Fan and the monkey attacked together. One of them was covered in golden blood energy, and the other was covered in resplendent golden fur, illuminating the front. Their dharma bodies were thousands of meters tall. They stepped forward and cut off their path, almost stepping on them. These ancient races saw this and were very straightforward. They all self-detonated and turned into more than 20 balls of bloody mist, dying on the spot. They're so ruthless to themselves. Yi Fan was astonished. He stretched out a large hand to seize their remnant divine wills, wanting to take a closer look. This is... He only recovered a memory scene. It was a man and a woman walking into the valley, and these people couldn't stop them in time. It was actually Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman. What happened in the purgatory? Why did the ancient imperial race from the primitive lake come here? Even the inheritor of the ruthless man had appeared. It was truly strange. Yi Fan wanted to capture more divine wills, but he didn't have enough time. They were all crushed by the baleful aura and turned into smoke, no longer existing. There are changes in the purgatory. Everyone, be careful. The monkey reminded. This place was sealed by an ancient emperor from an unknown era, and the monkey's father, the emperor of fighting, had also come here before. Moreover, he had even killed a sacred spirit here. This was definitely not a pure land. It's likely that there are experts from the primitive lake inside. Yuan Gu might be here, so we must be careful. Duanda said. Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman have also entered. If we meet them, we must kill them. Yi Fan said in a deep voice. After that, they walked toward the vast battlefield. It was truly like a continent, boundless and without end. After advancing for several dozen li, Yi Fan opened his heavenly eye. It was like a wilderness under the dusk, and there were even ribbons of black mist lingering about. It was extremely quiet and gloomy. Not long after, they saw a large expanse of tombs. They were like small mountains, grand and enormous, and somewhat frightening. When I looked from above, I thought it was a mountain range. I didn't expect it to be an ancient tomb. Li Tian was speechless. Duanda's eyes immediately lit up. He rubbed his palms together and wanted to go forward. Let's get down to business first. We didn't really ask you to rob the tombs. Yi Fan pulled him back. The people buried here are all experts. Otherwise, no one would care about the corpses. However, there shouldn't be any funerary objects, the monkey said. They advanced cautiously and finally entered an open area. There were corpses everywhere, or perhaps they should be called fossils because they had turned into stone. They couldn't see the end with a single glance, and this was only a corner of the primordial battlefield. It was hard to imagine how many people had died back then. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking aura erupted in front of them. It was cold and frightening, and even powerful people like them felt cold all over as if they had fallen into an icehouse. I have a premonition that we might be able to excavate an ancient imperial cemetery or an immortal tomb. We might even be able to dig out the Yama Palace. Duanda rubbed his hands together. He claimed that it was completely a type of intuition. What that is? Yi Fan's expression changed. He was incomparably shocked as he stared blankly ahead. He wanted to curse Duanda for being a jinx. The others couldn't see anything. Even if they had cultivated the heavenly eye or the monkey's fiery eyes, they still couldn't see anything. However, they all felt a bitter aura. It was as if millions of creatures were wailing and a savage beast was rushing over the land. Yin soldiers are borrowing the path. Yi Fan's expression stiffened. He saw an inconceivable scene. Troops after troops of Yin soldiers were neatly organized. They were dressed in ancient clothes and wielded either iron axes or rusty spears. They marched forward in large strides, and there were at least tens of thousands of them. They were killing their way into the endless distance. Wasn't this a strange scene that the Yuan Taoist master could only see after an ominous event happened to him in his later years? How could he see it now? His body felt a bit cold and he became absent-minded. Chapter 847. The Nether soldiers passed through in an orderly manner, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. It was as if they had come from ancient times and were killing their way into the unknown. Ancient energy rushed into the sky. Something bad happened to Zhang Lin in his later years, and his actions were unpredictable. He had entered the ruins of God and the immortal mausoleum. He had seen the Nether soldiers passing through, and even the saints of ancient times made way for him. Banners fluttered as the Nether soldiers passed through, killing their way into the unknown. It made one's hair stand on end. Yi Fan stopped the others and didn't dare to collide with them. Apart from him, no one else could see it. Even though Duanda was an expert in the study of burial, he still felt his hair stand on end. He had a strange feeling, but he didn't see anything. What? Nether soldiers passing through? When tens of thousands of Nether soldiers passed, the others all cried out in shock when they heard Yi Fan's words. The Yin energy underground was heavy and could form some Nether spirits. Sometimes they were called Nether soldiers, but they were definitely different. These were truly incomprehensible Nether soldiers. I have already cultivated the Yin-Yang heavenly eye, but I actually didn't see a single shadow. Only my intuition tells me that a group of terrifying existences is passing by. Duanda was horrified. I heard Emperor Wu Shi mention that Nether soldiers had appeared somewhere, but I didn't hear the specifics. Black Emperor was vexed. Yi Fan was the most uneasy. The Yuan Taoist master could only see such a strange scene in his later years, and now he was seeing it. Was this some kind of warning sign? I remember, I saw a letter from a predecessor. It was recorded that the person with the highest achievements in geomancy had entered the underworld in his later years and saw Nether soldiers. Duanda clenched his fists. However, that handwritten notebook was incomplete, and it was not finished at all. The predecessor was scared to death in the middle of writing, and with a terrified expression, he passed away in a sitting posture in the stone room. When the others heard this, their hair stood on end. According to what Duanda said, it wasn't strange for those with the highest achievements in geomancy to have a good death. Let's chase and see where they are going, Yifen said. When he saw this scene and thought of the Yuan Taoist master's later years, he felt uneasy. If he didn't get to the bottom of this, he would feel uneasy. Duan Delian even raised his feet, expressing his strong support and agreement. He believed that a monumental monument in the study of geomancy and burial was right in front of him. He was about to uncover an ancient secret, and he would become a legend in history. How creepy, but I've heard that the black dog's blood can ward off evil. Li Tian mumbled. The Black Emperor's expression immediately turned unfriendly. He turned his head and stared at him, revealing his snow-white teeth. How about, Brother He, why don't you contribute some of your blood so that we can be more confident? Li Tian asked recklessly. Woof! The large black dog stood up on his hind legs, pouncing over and biting down viciously. Stop, don't startle the Yin soldiers. Yi Fan separated them and was the first to give chase. He was the only one who could see them and lead the way. The black mass of Yin soldiers was like a torrent of steel, as if they could kill all enemies. The dense aura they exuded was terrifying, as if their bodies would collapse if they got close to them. The archaic purgatory was vast and boundless. There were all types of complicated terrains, and there were countless corpses on the ground. They were all embedded in the stone layer and turned into fossils. There were all kinds of ancient creatures with sinister expressions, humanoid beasts with phoenix bodies, 8 arms and 4 heads. The corpses of creatures that had never been seen or heard of before were truly astonishing. The dusky battlefield stretched as far as the eye could see. Demonic clouds curled around it, and it was extremely terrifying, causing one's heart to palpitate. In particular, the tens of thousands of Yin soldiers marched forward with an indomitable will, bringing with them a towering killing intent. It was even more eerie. Where are they going? Yi Fan and the others followed them for over 100 li, but they still didn't see the army stop. There's a thick fog ahead. The few of them were astonished. This was extremely sudden. The fog was especially thick, and it drowned out the entire heaven and earth. The area ahead was hazy, and it was difficult to see through it with the heaven's eye. Yi Fan was even more astonished. The number of Yin soldiers was decreasing, and it was as if they had entered a different world, arriving at their destination. Let's go around and take a look. He was the first to dash forward, bypassing the army of tens of thousands and entering the fog. At this moment he felt as if his entire body was being sliced by knives, and a layer of goosebumps appeared all over his body. Not to mention mortals, even if it was a cultivator of the dragon transformation mystery realm who came here, their bodies would be torn apart, and they would be strangled to death by the eerie aura. It's too thick, and the baleful Yin aura surges into the 9 heavens. It's practically as if we've entered the netherworld. Duander exclaimed in astonishment. He made this judgment based on his many years of experience in tomb raiding. Brother He, I still feel uneasy. Can you donate some blood? Li Tian dawdled. Woof! The large black dog's bald tail stood up, and he opened his bloody mouth, wanting to swallow a living person whole. Silence, where have we arrived? The monkey stopped them. His fiery eyes shone, and he revealed a solemn expression as he pointed forward. The fog was extremely thick. This region wasn't the archaic battlefield, but rather a strange place. It really was like a netherworld, and the scenery outside was greatly different. Something's wrong. Before the fog appeared, there was a boundless plain in front of us, and it was the archaic battlefield. But now there's a huge change, Li Heishui said. This was a strange change that made people unable to make heads or tails of it. Everything was caused by the rise of the fog, and it was as if they had arrived in another world. This place is connected to another world. Duanda was astonished. They couldn't see the Yin soldiers, but they could feel that the number of netherworld soldiers was decreasing. Brother Yi, what do you see? Yan Ishi asked. This place is like the entrance to a world, and the Yin soldiers are entering. It's extremely similar to the 9 underworlds. Yi Fan was uneasy. Since we've already arrived here, let's go in and take a look. Duanda urged. He was an authority on geomancy and burial, and he urgently wanted to dig out an ancient secret. The fog was very thick, and the area ahead was very vast. The Yin soldiers weren't fully occupied, and there was enough space for them to enter. The few of them were skilled and dared to advance. The baleful aura became denser and denser, and their bodies hurt as if they were being scraped by knives. The netherworld energy surged, wanting to tear them apart. Netherworld Earth. Finally, they stepped in. This was an astonishing piece of land, and it definitely wasn't like the archaic battlefield. It wasn't a world, but rather a stretch of road. A road leading to the netherworld Earth. Duanda rubbed his hands, both excited and agitated. He had seen some scattered records in the personal letters of some predecessors, but no one had pointed them out. The black land, the gray fog, and the unknown road ahead. The Yin soldiers ignored them and advanced with large steps in an orderly manner, disappearing into the distance. What's that smell? It's so fragrant. The large black dog sniffed, and his large eyes were perfectly round. He looked forward with his bald tail erect. The few of them looked at each other and didn't smell anything. Meanwhile, the large black dog swore that he had smelled the fragrance and said that it might be an immortal divine medicine. It would be strange if a divine medicine could grow in this 9 underworlds. Duanda poured cold water on them. They advanced cautiously, and when they advanced for 5 kilometers, they finally smelled a fragrance that refreshed their hearts and minds, and all of them were roused. It really is a dog's nose. It can smell it even from several kilometers away. The few of them sighed inwardly, but they didn't dare say it out loud, fearing that they would be bitten by the dog. They advanced for another kilometer, and the fragrance was so strong that it wouldn't dissipate, almost intoxicating them. They couldn't help but quicken their steps, wanting to find the source. There's a pond there. They were astonished. There were specks of light in front of them, and many Yin soldiers passed by in an orderly manner. The fragrance was coming from there. A yellow pond, what terrifying water. Why do I feel like it's corpse water? The pond was only a square of 30 meters, and it was surging. It was terrifyingly yellow, and there was a sinister aura rushing over, but it was also mixed with a fragrance that refreshed the hearts and minds. Duanda drew out a white wooden club and stuck it into the water. The entire white club instantly turned yellow, and there was an aura of death curling around it. He immediately exclaimed in shock, "This is the Yellow Spring." They felt that this was unimaginable. What kind of place had they arrived at? It was already not bad for the Yellow Spring to form a small pond in the extreme Yin Deathland, yet there were so many here. According to legends, the Yellow Spring didn't belong to this world at all, and it was difficult for it to exist in this world. Everything they saw today was strange and mysterious. Splash! There was a splash in the Yellow Spring pond, and a completely black divine herb appeared. It looked like a divine orchid carved from black jade, and it had the aura of the Great Tao. It was over a meter tall, and its fragrance wafted over. Immortal divine herb. Li Tian and Duanda drooled, and they both couldn't help but want to grab it. "No, this is the netherworld herb," Yi Fan shouted. Though the large black dog was about to drool, he also nodded and said, "That's right. I saw one in the Undying Mountain in the past, and it's exactly the same, but I still want to take a bite." They took a deep breath, and all the pores on their bodies opened up. They felt refreshed, as if they had received the purest baptism, and it was as if they were going to ascend. Unfortunately, this wasn't an immortal divine herb. Eating it would have terrifying side effects, and it would be better to die than to live. In the past, the 3 old monsters that surrounded and attacked the Supreme Divine King had lived for close to 5,000 years because they ate a netherworld herb, but their bodies had become rotten corpses, and only their divine senses remained. This is a demonic flower. Though it's terrifying beyond compare, it can also be considered an exceptional treasure in this world. Plucking it might have some wondrous use in the future. This wasn't the Undying Mountain, and there were no great emperor formation patterns here that could be plucked. However, the netherworld herb had already developed intelligence, and it turned into a streak of black light that disappeared into the spring pond. They moved at the same time, refining the entire Yellow Spring pond and sealing it up. Voila! The chains rattled, and clanking sounds rang out. They were all shocked. The roots of the netherworld herb were locked down by a netherworld metal chain. Otherwise, they might not have been able to catch this rare treasure that had existed for so long. It's not a materialized chain, but a Tao principle that has locked it here. It's really strange. After carefully observing, they looked at each other in dismay. Let's take this yellow spring pond as well, and let this netherworld herb continue to grow. It might really be of great use in the future. In the end, they sealed the yellow spring pond and this terrifying demonic herb into a small white jade cauldron. There was a blood river in front of them. It was less than 3 meters wide, scarlet, and bewitching. It was silent as it flowed into the distance. There was a stone arch bridge over the river. Its style was ancient, and it was unknown how long it had existed. All the Yin soldiers walked over it and entered the other side. I see the Yin soldiers on the other side, Li Heishui said. The others were also horrified. After crossing the stone bridge over the blood river, all the Yin soldiers could be seen, and they continued forward. This is a piece of netherworld earth. Was this refined by the ancient netherworld emperor, or is there really an inconceivable world? Duanda was bewildered. The mist is about to disappear. We will leave the netherworld earth and return to the ancient battlefield. The monkey said. At this time, the mist was disappearing, and all kinds of strange scenes were fading away. Only the blood river and the stone bridge were still real. The last group of Yin soldiers was about to cross over. Without a doubt, as long as all the Yin soldiers crossed over, everything would disappear, unless they completely followed. It's like a spatial node. This kind of burial ground with millions of ancient race members has connected the discontinuous netherworld earth. Duanda analyzed the reason for the Yin soldiers passing through. It's about to disappear. The last Yin soldier has also stepped onto the stone arch bridge, Li Heishui said. At this moment, Duanda did something that no one expected. He quickly pounced over, grabbed the last Yin soldier, and dragged him back. After that, they began to fight. Chilly winds whistled, and deathly energy surged. This area was as cold as an icehouse. Too ferocious. Everyone was dumbstruck. Fatty Duan and that Yin soldier hugged each other and fought fiercely, rolling back and forth. Chapter 848. Yi Fan and the others were all dumbfounded. Even the large black dog widened its large eyes and spat out its scarlet tongue. It was a bit dumbfounded. No one would have thought that Fatty Duan would make such a move at the end. Come and help. Duan shouted. He couldn't hold down the ghost soldier by himself. The ghost soldier's strength was boundless, shaking the heavens and earth. Fatty Duan, are you crazy? Everyone finally came back to their senses. There were tens of thousands of ghost soldiers ahead. Even the ancient saints had to avoid them. If they came back, who could stop them? Don't worry, they can't come back. Duan shouted. He pressed the ghost soldier to the ground and took out a ghost binding chain to tie it up. His posture was like tying up a pig. It was so fierce that people couldn't say anything. This was an essential tool that he always carried with him. He had to bring it when he entered the old tomb and the ancient tomb. Roar! On the other side of the stone arch bridge, tens of thousands of ghost soldiers turned around and roared in anger. Their roars collapsed heaven and earth. A bitter aura rushed over, causing everyone to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were about to collapse. The ghost soldiers rushed back, their killing intent dominating the heavens. However, at this time, the mist thinned, and everything on the other side became blurry. The tens of thousands of ghost soldiers quickly became illusory and disappeared along with the underworld soil on the other side. At this moment, even the monkeys' palms were sweating. If they rushed back, none of them could think about living. They felt that this fatty really dared to play with fire. He was extremely daring. Hurry up and help. If we want to save the savages, we might have to start with this grandson. Duanda almost couldn't hold down the ghost soldier. He was flustered and couldn't tie up the ghost soldier even with the ghost binding chain. Grave robber, you are too fierce. Even the Black Emperor could only say this. He opened his bloody mouth and rushed over. Yi Fan and the others also rushed over. Some pressed down on the hands, some grabbed the legs, and some twisted the necks. This was the first time in their lives that they wrestled with ghosts like this. It was bone-piercing cold and somewhat prickly. The ghost soldier only appeared on the stone arch bridge and the other side. After being dragged back, their true bodies couldn't be seen clearly. However, Duanda sprinkled a pile of powder and immediately made him appear. This is the powder ground from the coffin of the immortal heavenly emperor. Even if you are a great Luo immortal ghost, you still have to show yourself. The Yin soldiers were extremely strong. Other than Yi Fan and Monkey, the others might not be able to hold them down. Duan Dijing tied them up firmly. When everything calmed down, they looked at each other in dismay. This was the first time in their lives that they had caught a living ghost. It wasn't that he hadn't seen Yin spirits in the past, but those were all spiritual bodies that could be turned into ashes with a single strike, so it wasn't a big deal. However, the thing that he caught this time was a little different. It was a physical entity. It's quite nice to the touch. Duanda caressed its body and said, "If you don't believe me, you can try it." "You're such a pervert." However, the few of them still came forward and sized up this Yin soldier together. His entire body was covered in black iron clothes, and his skin was pale without a trace of blood. The Black Emperor was more curious, so he touched it again and felt that one of his large claws was about to be frozen numb. The battle clothes on his body were very ancient, and it was unknown which era it was from. It was filled with the marks of time and was sturdy and undying. This battle clothes is an ancient armor that is rarely seen even in the primordial era. It's truly inconceivable. It's not a sacred weapon that has been passed down through the ages, so how can it exist for so many years? Monkey didn't understand. As soon as his words fell, the black battle clothes cracked, and strands of black nether energy seeped out. The battle clothes began to break down and turn into dust. What's going on? So many Yin soldiers gathered together, and they were able to block the passage of time. Now, are they finally going to return to dust? Clang! Duanda took action and knocked off the Yin soldier's helmet, revealing its true appearance. This was a pale face with its eyes tightly closed. Its long gray hair was scattered, and the aura of death was terrifyingly dense. This was a man that looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He didn't move at all, and after being tied up by the ghost binding chain, he didn't struggle at all. He was like a statue of death. Duanda wanted to take out a mark from the center of its brows to see what exactly was going on with the so-called underworld earth. However, at this moment, this man's aura of death became even denser. His entire body emitted a ball of black light, as if it was burning. Retreat! They quickly retreated. The Yin soldier soared into the air, and then emitted a dazzling light. It continuously shrunk, and it was extremely strange. It turned into the size of a thumb, and with a ding sound, it fell onto the ground. Black light flickered, and the middle-aged man disappeared. In his place, there was only a puppet carved from black jade. It was extremely lifelike, and it was exactly the same as the Yin soldier just now. What is this thing? How did it become like this? The large black dog walked up and used its large paw to scratch. Duanda's expression shook. Light flashed, and two similar black jade puppets appeared in his palm. They were also only the size of a thumb, and they were lifelike. He opened his mouth and said, "I dug this out from an ancient tomb. It was left behind by a geomancy burial master. What's the use of this? It's really strange." Li Tian and the others walked up and picked up the Yin soldier jade puppets on the ground. They were puzzled no matter how they thought about it. It's a pity that the letter wasn't finished and that geomancy burial master was scared to death in the stone room. Otherwise, he would definitely understand more. Duanda held the 3 black jade puppets in his palm. "Let's not care about this for now. Let's go and save the savages first," Li Heishui said. "I'm a little uneasy. I don't know why, but I feel that seeing the Yin soldier borrowing the path is very strange." Yi Fan muttered to himself. He turned around and looked behind him, but there was nothing. "What are you looking at? People scare people to death, and the Yin soldier has already disappeared," Li Tian mumbled. Yi Fan suddenly snorted coldly and forcefully stomped his foot. The source Qi underground transformed into a large dragon, and it charged over. It raised its head and leaped forward, dazzling and dazzling. Is there really something? Monkey and the others were all shocked. Even with their powerful spirit senses, they couldn't sense anything. Yi Fan gazed at the dusky ancient battlefield. Lion-shaped demonic mist lingered, and he couldn't see a single figure. However, there was still an aura in the darkness that made him feel uneasy. After that, they were very silent, and no one said anything. They walked forward. Yi Fan borrowed the goddess furnace, and he was on guard at all times. He was prepared to launch a fierce attack. It's coming again. I can really sense it. It should be coming for me. Yi Fan used his divine sense to transmit his voice to the others. After traveling for 100 miles, he suddenly took out the goddess furnace and struck it behind him. A torrential divine light illuminated the entire sky, and the dusky battlefield immediately became resplendent. A mournful scream came from behind, and it caused everyone's scalp to go numb. An eerie chill enveloped everyone, and it was an indescribable feeling. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan saw a figure disappear in a flash, avoiding the goddess furnace and disappearing into the darkness. That hurriedly turned around to reveal its true appearance, and it caused him to feel a chill from head to toe. What did I just see? A terrifying ghost monkey. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. It has red fur all over its body, and its eyes are too vicious. That hurried glance almost turned my body into an ice sculpture. It's too terrifying. Li Heishui couldn't help but shiver. Only Yi Fan remained silent. He gazed into the darkness and clenched his fists tightly. He had used too much force, and his fingers had turned white. Brother Monkey, do you have any relatives? I clearly saw a red-haired malicious spirit with a thunderous mouth. It looks a bit like you, Li Tian said. The monkey almost swung his club at him. His fiery eyes shot out divine light as he revealed a solemn expression and gazed into the darkness. What is that thing? It doesn't seem easy to deal with. Based on my many years of experience in tomb raiding, this is definitely a tomb master that only appears once in tens of thousands of years. It might be even more terrifying. Duanda concluded. That red-haired face was so malevolent that it couldn't be removed from Yi Fan's eyes. He captured a wisp of aura that was similar to his own. That was a unique characteristic of the Yuan Taoist master. It's him, the Yuan Taoist master, who encountered an ominous event in his later years. Yi Fan said in a low voice. Everyone's hearts sank. They knew that this was bad. They all knew how the Valley of Gods had been destroyed. The Yuan Taoist master who had encountered an ominous event was terrifyingly powerful. The third-generation ancestral master is in the Qinling Mountains, the fourth-generation ancestral master is in the absolute beginning Forbidden Zone, and the fifth-generation ancestral master died in the Valley of Gods. This place. Is it the first or the second-generation ancestral master? Yi Fan muttered to himself. The others were scared. The first and second-generation ancestral masters had existed for countless years. If they could absorb worldly essence and laws, even a pig would have become a sage. Most importantly, their physical bodies were theirs, but their consciousness had become muddled. A strange evil intent had invaded their consciousness, making it boundlessly vicious and terrifying. Their first thought was to flee. Facing the Heaven Source ancestral master meant certain death. There was not even the slightest bit of hope. However, when they turned around, they saw all kinds of Heaven Source runes flickering in a continuous manner. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan would find it difficult to break them. Yi Fan said, "Let's continue forward. He has already cut off our path of retreat." Then what should we do? Isn't this a dead end? Xianxia asked. It's fine. Ancestral Master Zhang Lin gave me some things. They are the 81 banners left behind by the immortal Heavenly Emperor. If we really want to risk our lives, we can even kill a few ancestral kings. Yi Fan said. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he was not willing to waste such a secret treasure. It had been too long, and the flagpole was about to shatter. He could only use it one last time. But now, the ancient flags had been sealed by him with the 9 ancient words of the Tao scripture. Otherwise, they would not have existed for long. Yi Fan and the others rushed forward. Since they had already come this far, they wanted to quickly find the barbarian and rescue him. Then, They would use the banners to break out of the encirclement. They searched everywhere as they ran. They found dozens of corpses in the vast battlefield. They had died not long ago, and all of them were ancients. Their skulls had been opened. It's the people of the primitive lake. Not a single one of them is weak. There are true emperors among them. The monkey was shocked. Yi Fan squatted down and removed a few strands of red hair from their open skulls. They were extremely glaring, and there was no doubt that this was done by the Yuan Taoist master. Thunderous sounds rang out from the front. It was an even more terrifying battlefield. The baleful energy there did not disperse, and streaks of blood-colored lightning appeared one after another. The power was astonishing. This is the core of the battlefield. Dongfang Yi was most likely chased into this place and could not break free. This place is about 500 li in radius. The monkey said. After passing through the pitch-black demonic mist, the front suddenly became glaring. All types of light flew about, all types of ancient weapons were attacking, and all types of laws flickered. What? This is the weapons of archaic ancestral kings. These are their laws. Could it be that there is a great battle going on here? The few of them were all shocked. The monkey shook his head and said, "No, this is only killing intent. It is inextinguishable resentment, formed from the battle intent of the heroic spirits that died in battle." This was a terrifying battlefield. All types of ancient weapons and all types of divine light were formed from laws. They rampaged and surged, never to be extinguished. The laws created by the archaic ancestral kings in the past gathered the essence of heaven and earth. They circulated endlessly and continued, turning this place into an eternal killing field. It is difficult to survive after entering. Heavenly Eye. Yi Fan bellowed. His eyes were like lightning, looking through hundreds of li and seeing through this terrifying killing field. However, all types of laws quickly blocked his vision, making it difficult for him to see through it. Bang! He forcefully stomped a corner, and a Genesis rune quickly extended from the ground into the depths of the distant battlefield. Yi Fan closed his eyes. After a long time, he suddenly opened them and said, "Dongfang Yi is alive. I can sense his Wolf Fang's sacred weapon. It is protecting his Dharma body." Suddenly, a terrifying aura appeared behind them. It was bone-chilling, as if thousands of steel needles were pricking their backs. Not far away, a monster covered in red hair appeared. It growled in a low voice and stretched out a terrifying red hair claw. It moved forward and retreated as if it was hesitating. Yi Fan held the goddess furnace in his hand, ready to attack at any time. Everyone's expressions were grave. They were finally facing each other. This was a Yuan Taoist master who had encountered an ominous event. "He is crying," Li Tian exclaimed. "You don't want to kill you." His voice was old and hoarse, as if he was trying his best to control his body. He was trembling, his red hair was shaking, and his body was swaying. Tears were rolling down his face, and the ferocious look in his eyes disappeared. At this moment, there seemed to be a trace of clarity in his eyes. He said with difficulty, "You are about to become a Yuan Taoist master. We are the same kind of person. I don't want to kill you." His words were intermittent, and it was difficult for him to form a coherent sentence. A ferocious glint flashed in his eyes, and he could not control his body and kept trembling. "He's not from the ancient times. Look at the magic tool in his hand. It's made in the modern times," Duanda said in a low voice. "Yes, could he be from the bloodline of King Yuan?" The ancestor of this clan was only one step away from becoming a Yuan Taoist master in his later years. A few years ago, an ominous event happened, and the clan invited the godly diviner to perform a divination. In the end, he also met with misfortune. Yi Fan immediately thought of all this. "It's me." The red-haired monster in front of him heard his whisper and immediately became excited. A trace of clarity appeared in his eyes, and the ferocious glint in his eyes was suppressed. Who was captured by the fourth-generation Yuan Taoist master. He forced out a complete sentence. "What?" Yi Fan was shocked. The fourth-generation Yuan Taoist master hid in the absolute beginning forbidden zone in his later years, but in the end, an ominous event happened and his whereabouts were unknown. Yi Fan had seen his ruins in the place where things move in the opposite direction. He asked me to guard this place, to escort the Yin soldiers through, to ensure that there are no mistakes, the red-haired monster said with great difficulty. What? You're the reason why the Yin soldiers are here? Where's the 4th-generation Yuan Taoist master? Yi Fan, Duanda, and the others were all astonished. If he appears, not even the sages would be a match for him. The red-haired monster said with great difficulty. He seemed to be struggling in his heart again. I don't want to kill you. We're the same kind of people. But I'm about to become muddle-headed. Senior, please stay awake. You'll definitely get better. Yi Fan roared deafeningly. Let me give you a word of advice. The Yuan Taoist master's domain is filled with ominous omens. Don't step into it carelessly. They're coming. You'd better leave. His words were chilling. Who's coming? The few of them were extremely shocked. Chapter 849. The red-haired monster let out a low growl. The clarity in its eyes had disappeared and was replaced with a vicious aura. It suddenly raised its head and stared at the group, letting out a mournful cry. Oh no, it's muddle-headed. Be careful that it doesn't attack us, Yanishi said. Yi Fan pointed the goddess furnace in front of him. The aura of a saint filled the air and golden ripples quickly spread out. The red-haired monster's eyes shone fiercely. It glanced at them one last time and disappeared into thin air. They're here. Could it be that the previous generations of Yuan Taoist master are coming? Each of them is more terrifying than the last. It's really unsettling, Duanda said. He had been walking among the tombs in the cemetery all year round and had dug up some secrets about the Yuan Taoist master. The Nether soldiers actually had traces of the Yuan Taoist master. This was unimaginable. What kind of secret was there? Where did the Yuan Taoist master go after the ominous event in his later years? Who did he listen to? No wonder that red-haired monster ran into the Purple Mountain and took refuge in Emperor Wu Shi's place to suppress itself. It's to isolate itself from the outside world and avoid being summoned away, the Black Emperor mumbled. It was naturally referring to the 5th-generation Yuan Taoist master, Zhang Lin. 9 ancient characters appeared above Yi Fan's head. They were immortal characters recorded in the Tao scriptures. They floated up and down and sealed the 81-inch-long flags inside. The 9 ancient characters flowed with the aura of the great Tao and opened up a small world of 1 square foot. Inside, time seemed to have stopped as if it had realized eternity. Inside, the 81 small black flags flickered with black light and remained motionless. There was an enormous and terrifying power lying dormant, ready to erupt at any time. These are the formation flags left behind by the immortal Heavenly Emperor. If the Heavenly Prince knew about this, he would most likely explode in anger. How could he endure the artifact his father left behind for his subordinates being used by you? The monkey said. At this moment, the situation was critical. The experts of the Genesis Heaven Master's bloodline could appear at any moment. They were all muddle-headed and didn't recognize their own kin. They would kill them all. Yi Fan had no choice but to prepare the formation flags ahead of time. Yuan Gu and Hua Yunfei have also entered. Why haven't I seen them? Li Heishui was puzzled. The primeval battlefield is boundlessly vast, and we might not be able to encounter it. Not to mention we might be scared off by the red-haired monster, said Li Tian with uncertainty. They began to walk around the core battlefield, trying to find a weak spot to enter and rescue Dongfang Yi from purgatory. After walking around for more than 800 li, they discovered a huge abyss. It was so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. Beside it, there were mountains of rocks piled up high, like a huge tomb. This is freshly dug soil. Who did this? What are they trying to do? They were puzzled. Looking at the surrounding terrain, this was originally a sinkhole, and then someone dug it deeper, resulting in its current size, turning it into a pitch-black bottomless abyss. Yi Fan held the goddess furnace in his hands. 9 ancient characters floated above his head, suppressing the 81-inch-long small black banners. He naturally wasn't afraid of the dangerous situation. They descended, wishing to get to the bottom of this. 5-colored altar, 5-colored altar, the Black Emperor shouted. Duanda, the monkey, and the others were also astonished. Now, they knew what this five-colored altar represented. It was an ancient starry sky path that could lead to the star field. Who had dug out a five-colored altar? What were they trying to do? Filled with puzzlement, they descended into the depths of the ground. This was a fairly large altar, but it was a pity that too much time had passed. It had already collapsed, and more than half of it had been destroyed. Moreover, some of it had been taken away by someone not long ago. There are corpses here. A great battle took place here. On the other side of the five-colored altar, there were many corpses of the ancient race. Several of them had shriveled up, and their origin energy had been sucked dry. Heaven-devouring demonic art. Yi Fan's heart jumped. Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman had come here before, and they had clashed with the ancient race. This might be the altar they had dug out. These are the people of the primitive lake. The monkey said after confirming. These were the life forms of the Yuangu race, and there were a few members of the true royal family among them. They were extremely powerful. Both sides clashed first. After that, the red-haired monster rushed over and killed everyone, Li Heishui said. Apart from a few ancient race members who had lost their origin energy, the others were all killed with a single strike. Their skulls were split open, and their brains were stained with 1 or 2 strands of red hair. This should have happened a few days ago. Both sides were scared off by the red-haired monster. Let this Dao grandpa take a look at what happened. Duanda had brought many tools with him. He took out an ancient mirror that was actually polished from a piece of sparkling white bone. What is this? What effect does it have? Li Tian asked. Don't look down on it. This is the only Dao bone left behind by a human race's great sage after he transformed into the Dao. It's the one on his forehead that has existed for eternity. The frontal bone is the Dao bone of a human's immortal platform. The mirror made from it has endless miraculous uses. Fatty Duan rubbed it carefully, and the mirror became even more translucent. When the Black Emperor heard this, he almost pounced over to snatch it. However, Yi Fan hugged his neck tightly. Otherwise, a battle between a human and a dog would definitely occur. Swoosh! The ancient mirror flashed with splendor and a few scenes appeared. First, Yuan Gu's figure appeared. After that, a group of ancient race members held onto a jade annulus and dug out the sacrificial altar. The monkey's heart immediately trembled. Not long ago, I heard that some ancient race members were searching for a path beyond the heavens. It seems like it's true. He was a member of the royal family of the Supreme Ancient Era, so the information he obtained definitely wouldn't be fake. The moment these words were spoken, everyone was instantly shaken. The ancient race was searching for a path beyond the heavens. Where were they planning to go? This was definitely a terrifying matter. Once it became true, it might have an extremely far-reaching impact. The people of the primitive lake have found this place. The royal family of the Divine Silkworm Ridge, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and Fire Qilin Cave might also be searching in other places. When they thought of this, they all felt very uneasy. What exactly did the royal family of the Supreme Ancient Era want to do? Where were they planning to go? After that, the mirror formed from the Dao bone flashed with splendor. Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman's figures appeared. They had found this place with an ancient scroll in their hands. They were also here for the five-colored sacrificial altar. The other side of the starry sky. Yi Fan read Li Xiaoman's lips and saw these words. At that moment, he quivered and shivered. Were these two the same as him? They wanted to cross the starry sky and head to Earth? At this moment, he was drenched in cold sweat. He absolutely couldn't let the inheritor of the ruthless person head to the other side of the starry sky. Otherwise, there would be endless disasters. The other side had a huge population base, but none of them could cultivate. It was too easy to seize the origin of the mortals and search for various physiques. They could simply do whatever they wanted, kill and seize. That's right, my physique came from that world. Maybe they were filled with hope because of this. In addition, the ancient side also has countless secrets. The people of the primitive lake dismantled the five-colored sacrificial altar and recorded the position of every single stone. It was obvious that they wanted to take it away for restoration and research. However, Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman ambushed them. After that, The red-haired monster appeared and started a massacre in all directions. Yuan Gu summoned a palm-sized divine altar and disappeared. A golden vortex appeared above Li Xiaoman's head. Shi and Hua Yunfei entered the vortex and disappeared. A divine altar. The monkey stared at the miniature divine altar in Yuan Gu's hand and revealed a shocked expression. This was something that only the great sage could carve, and it could break through space and leave at any time. A divine spirit from outside the realm is protecting the body. The Black Emperor stared at the golden vortex above Li Xiaoman's head and discovered a blurry golden body sitting cross-legged inside. His eyes widened. Even the mirror that was polished from the great sage's forehead bone and forged with a secret technique could only display a few images. There were no additional clues. They couldn't even look at it again if they wanted to. This is the mirror I used to see ghosts in the ancient tomb. It's already not bad to be able to do this, Duanda said. Dismantle the 5-colored sacrificial altar. The large black dog was very determined. He carefully memorized the patterns on the 5-colored sacrificial altar. Then he quickly dismantled the remaining ancient altars and stored them in his spirit tool. It's really going to be chaotic. It's not as simple as the appearance of the 10,000 primordial races. Now, they're fighting over the path to the outside realm. Who knows what will happen in the future? The Black Emperor muttered to himself. He thought of some ancient events. The various imperial clans might want to receive some beings from the outside realm, the monkey said. Yi Fan was also thinking about whether Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman had found a way back after being protected by the divine spirit from outside the realm. In the near future, they would most likely have a life and death battle to seize the right to pass through the ancient path to Earth. A cold aura surged over. The red-haired monster appeared again. If it wasn't afraid of the goddess furnace in Yi Fan's hand and the 81 small flags above his head, it would have already charged over. There's no time. We must quickly take action to save Dongfang Yi. Otherwise, if the previous Yuan Taoist master comes, it'll be difficult for us to survive. In the end, Yi Fan made up his mind. He activated the goddess furnace and forced his way to the core of the battlefield. Countless silk ribbons fell down to protect them. However, this was an extremely terrifying breakthrough process. Even with the goddess furnace's protection, they still narrowly escaped death. After every few steps, they had to stop for a period of time to recover their divine force. This was because this area was too terrifying. All kinds of ancient weapons and divine lights danced in the air. These were the manifestations of divine laws left behind by the ancient kings. They were equivalent to the aftermath of a saint's attack. This won't do. This is too slow. I don't know how many months or years it'll take to reach the core at this speed. There was no time to waste. If the first Yuan Taoist master came, the great killing weapons in their hands would most likely be useless. There was no lack of origin energy underground. Perhaps a peerless Genesis technique could kill them all. In the end, Duanda gritted his teeth and took out the heaven-devouring demonic cap. The Black Emperor carved a corner of the Wuxia killing formation. Yi Fan even used all his effort to carve a mysterious Genesis rune to connect the mountains and rivers, providing endless essence energy to the heaven-devouring demonic cap and the Wuxia killing formation. Although the divine laws left behind by the ancient kings were extremely terrifying, the heaven-devouring demonic cap floated up and down. It was not affected at all. Rays of black light fell down to protect them. The corner of the Wuxia killing formation was even more destructive. It forcibly opened up a path, causing some of the divine laws that were about to be extinguished to completely dim and disappear. They advanced like a hot knife through butter. Finally, they broke into the core of the ancient battlefield. In the distance, they saw a man with disheveled hair and tattered clothes sitting cross-legged on the ground. A wolf-tooth mace hung above Dongfang Ye's head, emitting wisps of holy might. It opened up a peaceful space with a circumference of 3 meters. However, he did not have it easy. He was trapped here and could not move a single step. The god within that wolf-tooth mace has been resurrected. No wonder he could persevere and obtain the protection of the ancient sacred weapon. Duanda said, although he has obtained protection, he has to resist with all his might every day. It's like living in hell. However, the benefits he has obtained are also great, Monkey said. In the surroundings, all kinds of divine laws and Dao light collided. Dongfang Yi faced them every day and fought with his life on the line. Naturally, he could comprehend many divine laws that ordinary people could not reach. "Brother Yi," Li Heishui called out. Tears almost flowed out of his eyes. Back then, Dongfang Yi had made a move to save them. Although it was a great disaster, he survived after all. He is comprehending the various divine laws of the ancient heroic spirits here. His future achievements are limitless. Black Emperor said, "You guys?" Dongfang Yi opened his eyes and shot out 2 blazing beams of light. He had woken up from the sea of divine laws.